This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't explain what happened that night in the El Paso desert, and I'm not sure I want to. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up sweating, thinking I hear the distant hum of an ATV engine following me. I've debated posting this for weeks, but I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. My friends and I have been riding ATVs in the desert outside El Paso for years. It's our thing. Every other Friday night, we meet up at this old trailhead about 30 minutes from the city limits. There's this perfect spot where the terrain opens up into these amazing dunes and ravines. During the day, it's crawling with tourists and weekend warriors, but at night, it's just us and the stars. That particular Friday in July started like any other. The heat had been brutal all week, hitting 105 during the day, but nights in the desert cool down fast. I remember checking the weather that morning. Clear skies, new moon, perfect conditions. I grabbed my gear after work, threw it in my truck, and headed to our meeting spot around 9 p.m. There were 5 of us that night. Me, Julio, Marcus, Dave, and Chris. We'd all grown up together, riding since high school. We knew these trails like the backs of our hands. I was the last to arrive at the trailhead parking lot, and I could see the guys had already unloaded their quads and were bullshitting around, drinking sodas and checking tire pressure. "About time, man," Julio called out as I backed my trailer in next to his truck. "We were about to leave your ass behind." I remember joking back while unloading my ATV, something about them being lost without me since I always led the group. The normal routine, you know. The lot was empty except for our vehicles. Most people don't ride at night, especially way out there where cell service gets spotty. It was about 9:45 p.m. when we were all geared up, ATVs lined up, ready to hit the trails. The air had that perfect desert night feel. Cool enough for comfort, but warm enough that you didn't need extra layers under your riding gear. That specific smell of dust and creosote hung in the air. The stars were unbelievable that night, one of those skies that makes you feel tiny. We were just about to take off when we heard it. Another engine approaching from the access road. We all turned to look, surprised since nobody else ever came out that late. Headlights appeared, bobbing along the rough dirt road leading to the lot. The ATV that pulled in was unlike ours, older, covered in dust and what looked like mud splatter. Hard to tell the exact model in the dark, but it wasn't a new machine. The rider stopped about 20 feet from us, just sitting there, engine idling. Dave called out, "Hey man, you riding solo tonight?" The rider just sat there for a moment before giving a single, slow nod. Never spoke a word. Never lifted his visor. His gear didn't match either. Not the colorful motocross-style stuff we all wore. Just dark, weathered riding clothes and a plain black helmet that looked like it had seen better days. I remember feeling this weird hesitation. Something felt off about the whole situation, but I couldn't place why. Just a gut feeling, you know? Still, we weren't about to turn someone away who might need a group to ride with. Desert nights can be dangerous alone. "You can roll with us if you want," I offered. "We're heading out to the South Ravines and back, about a 3-hour loop." Another silent nod. We exchanged glances but shrugged it off. Some riders are just the quiet type, right? As we mounted up, I noticed that the stranger's ATV had no visible registration sticker, another odd detail that nagged at me. We always ride in a specific formation. I usually lead, then Dave, Marcus, Chris, with Julio taking up the rear to make sure nobody gets left behind. But that night I told Julio to go ahead of me. I wanted to keep an eye on our silent guest, so I positioned myself second to last. The stranger took the final position without comment. We headed out around 10 p.m., kicking up dust as we hit the main trail. The first 20 minutes were normal, following the wide path that winds through flat desert before hitting the more technical sections. My headlight illuminated the path ahead, and I could see the red taillights of my friends bouncing along in front of me. It was when we hit the first ravine section that I started noticing something strange. The rider behind me kept changing his distance. Sometimes he'd drop back until I could barely see his headlight in my mirrors. Then suddenly he'd be right on my tail, close enough that his light flooded my ATV. But whenever I slowed to let him pass, he'd immediately fall back again. After this happened 3 or 4 times, I radioed to Julio. "Hey, this guy behind me is riding weird. Keep an eye out when we stop." "Roger that," Julio replied. "We're coming up on the ridge point in about 10 minutes. We'll take a break there." The ridge point is this amazing overlook about an hour into our usual route. You climb this steep trail that opens up to this plateau where you can see for miles. During the day, you can spot the city in the distance. At night, it's just darkness stretching to the horizon, with the stars above. As we climb toward the ridge, I noticed the rider behind me falling further back. The trail narrowed here, forcing us into single file up the steep incline. Rocks kicked up under my tires as I navigated the familiar path. I kept checking my mirror, watching the headlight behind me grow more distant. We reached the top, and one by one, we pulled our ATVs into our usual half-circle formation, facing the open desert. I turned my quad around, expecting to see our silent companion making his way up the last stretch of the trail. There was nothing there, just darkness. I killed my engine and pulled off my helmet. "Where'd he go?" The guys looked around, confused. Marcus walked to the edge of the ridge and shined his powerful flashlight down the trail we'd just climbed. "I don't see anyone," he called back. "Maybe he turned around." "Without saying anything?" Dave asked. Chris shrugged. "Dude never said a word anyway. It didn't make sense. There were no turnoffs on that last stretch of trail. Nowhere to go but up to where we were or back down the way we came. And I hadn't seen him turn around." "I'm going to go check," Julio said, putting his helmet back on. Maybe he had mechanical issues. "I'll come with you," I said, suddenly not wanting anyone going alone. We mounted up and headed back down the trail, riding slower than usual, scanning with our headlights. About halfway down, Julio stopped and waved me over. "Look at this," he said, pointing at the ground with his flashlight. There were our tracks heading up, 5 distinct ATV tire patterns, but only 4 sets heading back down where Julio and I had just ridden. No sign that the 6th rider had come up this far at all. "That's impossible," I remember saying. "He was right behind me the whole way." We continued down to the bottom of the ridge trail and swept our lights across the desert floor. Nothing, no rider, no ATV, no dust cloud in the distance, just our tire tracks. We headed back up to rejoin the others, an uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. When we told them what we found, or didn't find, everyone got quiet. "Maybe we should call the Rangers," Chris suggested. "Guy could be hurt out here." Marcus pulled out his phone. No service, as usual. "We should search for him," I said. "Split up in pairs and check the area. If we don't find anything in 30 minutes, we head back to the trailhead and call for help." Nobody liked the idea of splitting up, but we couldn't just leave someone out there if they were in trouble. We decided that Marcus and Chris would check the north side. Dave would stay with the ATVs at the ridge point with the emergency flare, and Julio and I would sweep the south area where we'd just come from. The night had gotten colder, or maybe it just felt that way. Julio and I rode slowly side by side where the terrain allowed it, sweeping our headlights back and forth across the desert floor. We called out every few minutes, our voices swallowed by the vast emptiness. That's when things got truly unsettling. About 15 minutes into our search, I noticed something odd about the terrain. The familiar landmarks didn't look right. Rock formations that I could have sworn were supposed to be on our left appeared on our right instead. The trail seemed to bend in ways I didn't remember. "Julio, does this look right to you?" I radioed. "I was just thinking the same thing," he responded, his voice tight. I feel turned around. We'd been riding these trails for years. Getting disoriented wasn't something that happened to us, especially not on our regular route. We decided to head back to the ridge point, using our GPS units rather than trying to follow the trails that suddenly seemed unfamiliar. As we rode, I kept getting this feeling like we were being watched. I'd swing my head around, expecting to see headlights behind us, but there was nothing but darkness. The wind had picked up, making this low moaning sound as it swept through the ravines. The temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees. My hands were stiff on the handlebars. It was nearly 2 a.m. when we all finally regrouped at the ridge point. No one had found any sign of the missing rider. No tracks, no debris, nothing. It was like he had vanished into thin air. "I say we head back," Marcus said, and no one argued. The fun had drained from the night, replaced by a collective unease none of us wanted to acknowledge. The ride back was tense. We stuck together in tight formation, no one wanting to lag behind. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see that single headlight appearing out of nowhere. When we finally reached the trailhead parking lot, we were shocked to find it exactly as we'd left it. Just our trucks and trailers. No sign that a sixth rider had ever been there. "Maybe he parked somewhere else," Chris suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. We loaded up our ATVs in silence, each of us lost in thought. Before leaving, I walked the perimeter of the lot with my flashlight, looking for any tire tracks that might indicate where the stranger had come from or gone to. Nothing made sense. The only vehicle tracks besides our own led back to the main road. The drive home was the longest 30 minutes of my life. I kept replaying the night in my head, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had the rider turned back early without us noticing? Had we somehow all imagined the same thing? Both options seemed impossible. The next morning, I called the park rangers and reported a potentially missing rider. They took my information but didn't seem particularly concerned. Apparently, no one had reported anyone missing, and without more specific details about the rider, there wasn't much they could do. For weeks afterward, I scoured local news and social media for any reports of missing persons or abandoned ATVs in the area. Nothing. I even went back to the trailhead in daylight, hoping to find some clue I'd missed in the dark. The desert revealed nothing. The guys and I have only gone riding once since that night, and we stuck to the daytime, staying in the popular areas with other riders around. Nobody wants to talk about what happened. When I bring it up, they change the subject or make jokes about desert ghosts to lighten the mood. But I can't shake it. Sometimes when I'm alone in my garage working on my ATV, I swear I can hear the sound of another engine idling just outside, and my blood runs cold. I've started locking the garage door, something I never did before. I don't know who or what that silent rider was. I don't know how he disappeared without a trace in terrain that should have made that impossible. But I know what I saw and what I didn't see. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself checking my mirrors, looking for a single headlight following behind me, even when I'm in my car on city streets. The desert holds secrets, I just never thought I'd become one of them. I still don't know why I kept going back to that place. I guess there's something about forbidden spaces that just pulls at you, you know? Like when you see a "Do Not Enter" sign and immediately want to know what's behind the door. That's how it was with the orchard. I found it about 3 weeks ago while exploring the outskirts of town. I had just moved here for a new job and was trying to get my bearings, driving around aimlessly on my day off. The main road just sort of ends, like the town planners got tired and gave up. There's this gravel turnaround where the pavement stops, and most people probably just make a U-turn and head back towards civilization. But I noticed this gap in the trees, barely visible unless you were really looking. A dirt path, overgrown with weeds, leading somewhere beyond the thick line of pines that marked the edge of town. I parked my car and decided to check it out on foot. The path was longer than I expected, maybe a quarter mile, winding through increasingly dense woods. Just when I was about to turn back, it opened up into this, I don't even know what to call it, an orchard, I guess, but nothing like the neat rows of trees you'd see at a commercial farm. This was wild, untamed, a sprawling property dotted with apple trees, some standing alone, others clustered together like they were huddling for warmth. What struck me immediately was the waste. Apples everywhere, on the trees, on the ground, in various states of decay. The sweet, rotting smell was overwhelming, like someone had left a fruit basket in a hot car for a week. It made my stomach turn, but I was fascinated. Who would plant all these trees and then abandon them? Some of the apples on the ground had clearly been there for weeks, turning to mush, while others looked like they'd just fallen. Around the perimeter was what used to be a fence, wooden posts leaning at awkward angles, with rusty wire sagging between them. Nature was reclaiming it, with thorny vines wrapping around the posts and wild roses growing up through the wire, beautiful in a decaying sort of way. I didn't venture too far in that first time. Something about the place made me uneasy. Not scared exactly, just cautious, like when you're in someone else's house and you're not sure if you're allowed to open the refrigerator. I took a few pictures on my phone and headed back to my car. But I kept thinking about it, the waste of all that fruit, the mystery of who owned it and why they'd let it go to ruin. So I went back 3 days later. That second visit, I walked deeper into the property. The trees grew denser toward the middle, their branches twisted and gnarled like arthritic fingers. Many were so laden with fruit that their branches bent toward the ground. I saw a few bird nests, but no birds. No squirrels either, which seemed weird. Shouldn't the wildlife be having a feast with all this abandoned fruit? It was early afternoon, bright and sunny, but the canopy of leaves created these pockets of shadow that seemed darker than they should be. I kept hearing rustling noises that I couldn't place. Probably just the wind, but I found myself constantly turning to look behind me. The third time I went was yesterday, late afternoon, maybe 5:30 or 6, with the sun starting to sink. I had the ridiculous idea that I'd gather some of the apples. They were free, right? Just going to waste otherwise. I brought a small backpack to carry them. The moment I stepped onto the property, I felt the temperature drop. It was probably just the shade from the trees, but it felt like walking into a refrigerator. The smell was stronger than before, that sickly, sweet odor of fermentation that clings to your clothes and hair. But underneath it was something else, something I couldn't identify. Earthy, musty. I moved slowly, picking my way through the tall grass and brambles. The shadows were longer, the light filtering through the leaves in a way that made everything look slightly washed out, like an old photograph. The silence was oppressive. No birds singing, no insects buzzing. Just dead quiet, except for the occasional sound of an apple dropping somewhere in the distance. A soft thud followed by nothing, and that feeling of being watched. God, it was intense, like eyes boring into the back of my skull. I kept spinning around, expecting to catch someone or something staring at me, but there was never anything there. Just trees and more trees, their branches swaying slightly in a breeze I could barely feel. Despite everything, I started collecting apples. Most on the ground were too bruised or rotten, but I found some that had just fallen. They were strange looking, not the uniform red you see in grocery stores. These were mottled, with patches of deep crimson alongside areas of pale yellow-green. I put 4 or 5 in my backpack, working my way deeper into the orchard. The light was fading fast. I knew I should leave, but something kept me there. Curiosity? Stubbornness? I'm not sure. I just remember thinking, just a few more minutes, just a little farther. The trees seemed to close in around me. Their trunks looked almost black in the dimness, while the apples had taken on this weird, luminescent quality, like they were capturing the last light of day and holding it. They looked like pale orbs hovering in the gloom. I had to use my phone's flashlight to navigate around a particularly dense thicket of brambles. The thorns caught at my jeans, and I remember thinking that I was being stupid, risking tetanus for some wild apples that probably tasted like crap anyway. That's when I saw the movement, just a flicker at the corner of my eye. I froze, listening. Nothing. Then I heard it. A soft rustling, different from the sound of the wind in the leaves, more deliberate. I turned my flashlight toward the sound, but it was just more trees, more shadows. I decided it was time to go. I started making my way toward what I thought was the direction of the road, trying not to move too quickly and risk tripping over the uneven ground. I had to navigate around this huge, thick bush, almost more like a wall of vegetation. As I was edging past it, he appeared, a man, maybe mid-40s, though it was hard to tell in the dim light. Average height, wearing dark clothes, jeans, I think, and some kind of work jacket. But it wasn't his appearance that made my blood run cold. It was his posture. He was crouched low, almost in a runner's starting position, but with his arms extended in front of him, fingers splayed like he was about to grab something, or someone. Me. I screamed. It wasn't even a conscious decision. The sound just ripped out of my throat. I flung the apples I was holding at him instinctively, a pathetic defense. One hit him in the chest, and he stumbled backward with this sharp, gasping sound, like I'd caught him by surprise. For what felt like forever, we just stared at each other. Me, backing away, him straightening up slowly. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then he spoke. "I'm sorry," he said. His voice was surprisingly normal, quiet, even gentle. "I thought you were a deer." A deer? In the gathering darkness, with me carrying a flashlight and rustling through the undergrowth? It made no sense. "I've been tracking one that's been eating the fruit," he continued, gesturing vaguely toward the trees. "Didn't expect anyone to be out here. This is private property, you know." I mumbled something about the fence being down, about not seeing any signs. He nodded, kept apologizing, seemed almost embarrassed, said he was the caretaker, lived in a cabin on the far side of the property, asked if I was okay, if I'd hurt myself on the thorns. It was all so normal, reasonable, the kind of misunderstanding that could happen to anyone. But something felt off. the way he'd been positioned when I first saw him, the fact that I'd never noticed any cabin during my previous explorations, the way his eyes never quite met mine, always seeming to focus on something just past my shoulder. "I should get going," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's getting dark." He agreed, said it wasn't safe to be walking around the orchard at night. Too many holes, too much underbrush. Offered to show me the shortest way back to the road. I declined, said I knew the way. Another lie. In the fading light, I was completely turned around. But no way in hell was I going to follow this stranger deeper into the trees. He seemed to hesitate, then nodded. "Follow that path," he said, pointing to what looked like a slightly less overgrown area. "It'll take you straight to the road, about 300 yards. Then he just left, turned and walked away, disappearing among the trees. I stood frozen for a moment, then hurried in the direction he'd indicated, half expecting him to leap out at me from behind a trunk. But the path did lead to the road, exactly as he'd said it would. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, looking over my shoulder the entire time. As I drove away, I realized I was still clutching one apple in my hand, my knuckles white from the grip. I didn't sleep at all last night, kept replaying the encounter in my mind. A deer. Who hunts deer by hiding in bushes and grabbing at them with their bare hands? And why didn't he have any equipment? No rifle, no bow, not even a hunting knife that I could see. And those eyes, always looking just past me, like he was watching for someone else to arrive. The apple is still sitting on my kitchen counter. I can't bring myself to eat it or throw it away. It's weird, unlike any variety I've seen before. The skin is almost waxy, with these tiny black specks like inverse freckles. This morning I tried to find information about the property online. Nothing. No record of an orchard at the edge of town, no mention of a caretaker or a cabin. I even drove past the turnoff, but I couldn't make myself stop. Just seeing that gap in the trees made my skin crawl. But here's the thing that's really messing with me. As I drove past, just for a split second, I thought I saw someone standing at the entrance to that dirt path. A figure too distant to make out clearly. Not moving, just watching. And even through my closed car windows, I swear I could smell that sickly sweet odor of rotting fruit. I'm never going back there. That orchard belongs to someone or something else, and whatever's guarding it doesn't want to share. I never thought I'd actually share this, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 3 months since it happened, and I still wake up in cold sweats. I've been climbing with the same group for almost 7 years now. Mike, Jen, Carlos, and myself. We've always had this spot about 4 hours north of Seattle that we considered our little secret. It's off the beaten path enough that we rarely saw other climbers, with some decent rock faces that gave us a good challenge without being too technical. That weekend in October started like any other climbing trip. We all met up at my place around 6 a.m., loaded our gear into Mike's SUV, and hit the road before the sun was even up. I remember stopping at our usual diner for breakfast, joking around like we always did. But something felt different. I couldn't shake this weird feeling in my gut that something was off. "You okay, man?" Carlos asked me while we were waiting for our food. "You seem distracted." I shrugged it off. "Just tired, I guess. Didn't sleep great last night." That was a lie. The truth was, I'd been having this recurring dream about being lost in those woods for about a week before our trip. But I didn't want to sound like some superstitious idiot, so I kept my mouth shut. The drive was normal enough. We took the highway for a couple hours, then switched to back roads, and finally turned onto this unmarked dirt path that wound through the densest part of the forest. The trees were massive old-growth pines that blocked most of the sunlight, making it feel like twilight even in the middle of the day. I'd always found it peaceful before, but this time the shadows seemed deeper somehow. When we reached the clearing where we usually set up camp, I noticed Mike and Jen exchanging looks. "What?" I asked. Jen hesitated. "Nothing, just, you remember what happened last time, right?" How could I forget? 3 months ago, during our last trip here, Carlos woke up to find his climbing harness and rope missing. We spent hours searching the campsite, thinking maybe a raccoon or something had dragged it off, but we never found it. Carlos had to use my backup gear for the weekend. We figured maybe some other climbers had come by during the night and stolen it, though we hadn't seen anyone else around for miles. "It was probably just some hikers," I said, not entirely believing it myself. "Lightning doesn't strike twice, right?" We unloaded our gear and set up our tents in a semicircle around this old stone fire pit that had been there for who knows how long. The pit was one of the reasons we liked this spot. Saved us the trouble of having to build our own. By the time we finished setting up, it was getting dark, so Mike got a fire going while Jen prepared dinner on her portable camp stove. The woods were unusually quiet that night. Normally you'd hear all sorts of wildlife, owls, the occasional fox, sometimes even coyotes in the distance. But that night there was just silence. Except for these weird, intermittent sounds of branches snapping somewhere in the darkness beyond our campfire's light. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just deer or some other animal, but the timing felt wrong. It wasn't the random movement of wildlife. It felt deliberate, like something circling our camp. "You guys hear that?" Carlos asked during dinner. "Probably just the wind," Mike said, but I noticed him glancing over his shoulder toward the tree line. "There's no wind tonight," Jen replied, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. We tried to keep the conversation normal, talking about upcoming climbs and work drama, but we kept getting distracted by those sounds. At one point, I swear I heard something that sounded like heavy breathing just at the edge of hearing. I didn't mention it to the others. Eventually, the conversation circled back to Carlos's missing gear. "I still think it was weird," Jen said, poking at the fire with a stick. "I mean, who hikes all the way out here just to steal some climbing equipment? And why only take Carlos's stuff?" "Maybe they needed exactly what I had," Carlos suggested. "Or maybe they just grabbed the first bag they saw." "But that's the thing," Mike added, leaning forward. "Nothing else was touched. Not the food, not our wallets, nothing. Just your climbing gear. It's specific, you know." "And how did they get it without waking any of us up?" I asked. Carlos's tent was right between mine and Jen's. That sent a chill through the group. We all went quiet, just staring at the fire, while those occasional snapping sounds continued in the darkness around us. Around midnight, we decided to turn in. I could tell everyone was on edge. We all made sure our tents were zipped up tight, and Mike even suggested we take turns keeping watch, though we ended up deciding that was overkill. In hindsight, I wish we'd done it. I couldn't sleep. Every time I started to drift off, one of those snapping sounds would jerk me back awake. It felt closer now, more frequent. I checked my phone, 2:17 a.m. I'd been lying there for nearly 2 hours, just listening to the forest and my own heartbeat. Then I heard it. A soft, shuffling sound, like something dragging across the ground right near my tent. It wasn't an animal, it was too controlled, too methodical. I lay completely still, barely breathing, as the sound slowly moved around the perimeter of my tent. Then it stopped, right by the entrance. I grabbed my flashlight, my hand shaking so bad I almost dropped it. Part of me wanted to yell, to wake the others, but something kept me silent. After what felt like forever, the sounds moved away, heading toward the trees. I don't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe I was just tired of being scared. But I unzipped my tent as quietly as possible and slipped out into the night. The fire had burned down to embers, casting just enough light to make out the shapes of my friends' tents. The moon was almost full, filtering through the trees and creating these weird, shifting patterns on the ground. I swept my flashlight around the campsite. Nothing seemed disturbed, no footprints, no signs that anything had been there. I should have gone back to my tent. I should have woken the others. Instead, I took a few steps toward the tree line, in the direction where I'd heard the sounds go. About 20 yards from camp, right at the edge where the clearing met the forest, I saw something that made my blood freeze. At first, I thought it was just a weird-shaped bush or fallen branch, but when I directed my flashlight at it, I realized I was looking at a person lying flat on the ground, covered in what looked like a ghillie suit. You know, those camouflage outfits snipers use. They were perfectly still, pressed into the earth, watching our camp. For one horrifying second, our eyes met. They were pale, almost colorless in the flashlight beam, not frightened at being discovered, calm, calculating. Then, with a movement so fluid it barely seemed human, they sprang up and disappeared into the forest. I stood there paralyzed, my flashlight still pointing at the now empty spot. My mind couldn't process what I'd just seen. Who would do that? Who would dress up in camouflage and just watch us? I finally snapped out of it and ran back to the campsite, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. "Wake up!" I shouted, not caring anymore about being quiet. "Guys, wake up now!" They came stumbling out of their tents, confused and half asleep. "What the hell, man?" Mike grumbled, but he must have seen the look on my face because his expression immediately changed. "What happened?" Between gasping breaths, I told them what I'd seen. I could see the disbelief in their faces slowly turn to fear as I described the camouflaged figure watching us. "We need to look," Carlos said, grabbing his own flashlight. "All of us together." We huddled close, 4 flashlight beams cutting through the darkness as we cautiously approached the spot where I'd seen the watcher. There was nothing there, no footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing to suggest anyone had been lying there just minutes ago. "Are you sure this is the right spot?" Jen asked, her voice shaking. "Positive," I said, though the lack of evidence was making me doubt myself. "They were right here, I swear." We expanded our search, moving in a tight group, never letting anyone get more than a few feet from the others. We found nothing. No tracks leading away, no broken branches, nothing dropped or left behind. It was as if the forest had swallowed them whole. "Maybe you dozed off," Mike suggested gently. "Had a nightmare or something." I wanted to believe that, but I knew what I'd seen. Those eyes, that calculated gaze. It wasn't something my mind could have made up. We decided to stay up for the rest of the night. We rebuilt the fire, sat in a tight circle around it, and took turns watching the tree line while the others tried to rest. None of us really slept, though. Every sound made us jump. Every shadow seemed to move. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, we packed up. No one suggested staying for the climbing we'd planned. We just wanted to get the hell out of there. We must have set a record for breaking camp, 15 minutes, and we were loaded up and heading back down that dirt path. The drive home was mostly silent. I could tell the others weren't sure whether to believe me. I wasn't even sure I believed myself anymore. "Why would someone do that?" Jen finally asked as we got back onto the highway. "Just watch us like that?" No one had an answer. That night, we all exchanged text messages, debating whether we should report what happened to the rangers or police. But what would we say? That I saw someone in camouflage watching us, but there was no evidence, no clear threat, nothing actually stolen this time. In the end, we decided to just never go back there. But I can't stop thinking about it, about those eyes, about how methodically they must have been observing us night after night. Was it the same person who took Carlos's gear? How many times had they watched us before without us knowing? What were they waiting for? Sometimes I wonder if they followed us back, if they know where we live now. I've started checking my locks 3-4 times a night. I've installed motion sensor lights around my apartment. I keep my blinds closed, and the dreams have gotten worse. Now I dream about those pale eyes watching me through my bedroom window, about a camouflaged figure lying perfectly still at the foot of my bed, just waiting. I don't think I'll ever go climbing again. And I know for sure I'm never going back into those woods. Some places, once they've shown you what's hiding in them, are better left alone forever. I never realized how suddenly darkness falls in the New Mexico wilderness until I was caught in it. I've been an amateur photographer for years, hiking trails around Albuquerque whenever I can get away from my office job. Last month, I made the mistake of heading to Sandstone Mesa alone, about 40 miles outside the city. It's not a popular spot, no formal trails, just a rugged path local hikers have carved out over the years. The isolation is exactly why I love it for photography. I'd heard the sunsets there were incredible in October, when the light hits the red rocks just right. And man, it was worth the drive. When I reached the top around 6 p.m., the sky was exploding with oranges and purples, reflecting off the sandstone in ways that had me clicking my camera constantly. I completely lost track of time, moving from spot to spot to get different angles, different compositions. You know how it is when you're in the zone. By the time I checked my phone, it was 6:45, and the sun had dipped behind the mountains. Twilight doesn't last long in the desert. I quickly packed up my gear, mentally kicking myself for not starting down earlier. The descent was about 5 miles of rough switchbacks, loose rock, and narrow paths that skirt the edge of steep drops. Not something you want to do in the dark. I reached for my headlamp, an old black diamond I've had for years. I'd been meaning to replace the batteries but kept forgetting. When I switched it on, instead of the bright white beam I needed, it gave off only a weak red glow. The emergency setting. Shit. I hit the switch a few times, but it wouldn't change to the bright mode. The battery was almost dead. I considered calling someone, but who? My roommate didn't have a car, and even if I called emergency services, it would take them hours to reach me. Cell reception was spotty anyway. 1 bar if I held my phone up at certain angles. I decided to make my way down carefully using the dim red light and my phone's flashlight when absolutely necessary. I needed to conserve my phone battery in case of a real emergency. The temperature was dropping fast. I had a light jacket, some trail mix, and half a bottle of water. Not ideal, but I wasn't going to die of exposure if I kept moving. I started down the path, my weak headlamp casting everything in an eerie red glow that barely illuminated 3 feet ahead of me. The shadows seemed to move and shift with each step. I'd made it maybe half a mile when that feeling hit me. You know the one. When you suddenly feel like you're being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I froze, listening. The desert is never truly silent. There's always wind, insects, the occasional scurrying of small animals. But this was different. There was a heaviness to the silence behind me. I switched my headlamp to white mode for just a second, knowing it would drain what little battery I had left. The beam caught something, a low, dark silhouette slipping behind a boulder about 25 yards back. It wasn't tall enough to be a person, but it moved with purpose, deliberate, not like a rabbit or other small animal startled by my presence. My mouth went dry. Mountain lion? Coyote? Whatever it was, I didn't like how it moved. Too smooth, too calculated. I immediately remembered all those ranger warnings about not hiking alone, especially at dusk when predators are most active. I clapped my hands loudly and yelled, "Hey, get out of here!" My voice echoed across the mesa, sounding pathetically small in the vast darkness. I picked up a rock and threw it in that direction, hearing it clatter uselessly against stone. Making myself look bigger, another ranger tip, I raised my arms and continued shouting while backing down the trail. After a minute of this, feeling slightly ridiculous but still terrified, I turned and continued my descent, now moving faster despite the danger of tripping. Every few yards, I'd stop and listen. Nothing, just my own breathing and the crunch of my boots on gravel. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe just a curious fox or my imagination working overtime in the darkness. Then I saw them. I glanced back, shining my rapidly fading headlamp behind me, and there they were, two green eyes reflecting in the darkness. Not the dull brown reflection you'd get from a deer or rabbit. These were bright, almost luminescent green, and they were at a height that suggested something larger than a coyote. They didn't blink, just watched. My stomach dropped. I'd seen enough Animal Planet to know predator eyes when I saw them. These weren't the eyes of something curious. They were calculating, patient, waiting. I yelled again, louder this time, my voice cracking slightly. The eyes disappeared as whatever it was ducked behind rocks again. I practically jogged the next quarter mile, my feet slipping occasionally on loose rock, my hands trembling as I used them to steady myself against the mesa wall. The path narrowed as it wrapped around a steep section. To my right was the rock face. To my left, a drop-off of about 30 feet. Not enough to kill you instantly, but enough to break bones and leave you helpless, in the dark, with something hunting you. I slowed down, forced to navigate carefully. My headlamp was now so dim I could barely see the path. I used my phone's flashlight sparingly, just quick flashes to make sure I wasn't about to step off the edge. During one of these flashes, I saw them again. The eyes. Closer this time, maybe 15 yards back. As soon as my light hit them, they vanished, but I heard it, a soft scraping sound like claws on stone as it moved out of sight. "Leave me alone!" I screamed, my voice bouncing off the mesa walls. No response except the faint echo of my own terror. I don't know if you've ever been truly afraid in the wilderness, but it changes something in you. There's this primal understanding that you're not at the top of the food chain anymore, that the comfortable illusion of safety we build around ourselves is paper thin out here. I kept moving, faster than was safe given the terrain and limited visibility. My headlamp flickered, dying completely for a few seconds before coming back even dimmer than before. In those moments of complete darkness, my other senses heightened painfully. Every sound became amplified. The wind through the sparse vegetation, small rocks dislodged by my boots tumbling down the slope, and something else. A rhythmic sound behind me, like breathing. The path leveled out briefly, and I took the opportunity to look back again. The eyes were there, maintaining that same distance, not gaining ground, but not losing it either, just following, watching, My mind raced through possibilities: mountain lion, coyote, wolf. None of them behaved like this. Predators either attack or they don't. They don't follow for miles, maintaining a perfect distance, unless they're waiting for you to make a mistake, to fall, to become vulnerable. I was about halfway down the mesa now, and my headlamp gave one final pathetic flicker before dying completely. I was left with just my phone, now at 22% battery, and the faint moonlight filtering through scattered clouds. The landscape had changed from the steep rocky trail to a more gradual descent through low brush and tall grass. Almost worse, because now whatever was following me could hide much more easily. I kept my phone off most of the time, turning it on only when I absolutely needed to see the path. During one of these brief illuminations, I caught movement in the grass about 10 yards to my right. Not eyes this time, a shadow, low to the ground, moving parallel to me. The grass swayed as it passed through, faster than the wind would move it. It was flanking me. That's when true panic set in. This wasn't random animal behavior. This was hunting strategy. My breathing came in short gasps, and I had to stop myself from running blindly. That's exactly what it wanted, for me to fall, to injure myself. I forced myself to keep a steady pace, though every instinct screamed at me to sprint. My clothing stuck to my skin with cold sweat. Each time I illuminated the path, I'd catch glimpses, grass moving where it shouldn't, the briefest flash of those eyes, now to my right, now behind me again. After what felt like hours, but was probably 45 minutes, I reached the final stretch of the descent. The path widened into what was almost a proper trail, leading to the small dirt parking area where I'd left my car. Just a quarter-mile to go. I could see my car now, a dark shape against the slightly lighter backdrop of the desert floor. I allowed myself a moment of hope. I was going to make it. Whatever had been following me had either lost interest or... A sound stopped me cold. A low sound, not quite a growl, not quite a hiss, from somewhere in the darkness to my left. It wasn't loud, but it was deliberate, like it wanted me to hear it. My phone battery was at 9% now. I turned on the flashlight one last time and swept it in an arc around me. The beam caught something ducking behind a large rock about 20 feet away. All I saw was movement, dark, fluid motion, too fast to identify. But it was bigger than I'd feared. Not coyote-sized, more like person-sized. But it didn't move like a person. I ran. All caution abandoned, I just ran. My feet pounded against the dirt path, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stumbled once, my ankle twisting slightly, but adrenaline kept me upright and moving. Behind me I heard it, running too, quickly, gaining. I reached my car and fumbled with my keys, dropping them in the dirt before finally getting the door open. I threw myself inside and slammed the door shut, locking it instantly. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine started with a roar that seemed obscenely loud in the quiet desert night. As I threw the car into reverse, my headlights illuminated the area in front of me. Nothing, just empty desert and the path I'd come down. I backed up, turned around, and started driving down the dirt road that led back to the highway, checking my rearview mirror constantly. About half a mile from the mesa, my headlights caught something standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes, skidding slightly on the dirt. There for just a second before it darted into the brush, I saw it clearly for the first time. I still don't know what it was. It wasn't a mountain lion or any animal I recognize. It stood on all fours but was shaped wrong. Too long, too lean, its back legs bent at an unnatural angle. And those eyes, so green they almost seemed to generate their own light rather than just reflect mine. I floored the gas pedal and didn't slow down until I hit pavement. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 20 miles away, where I sat in my idling car, shaking, trying to process what had happened. I've gone back and forth about what I saw that night. In the daylight, I've convinced myself it must have been a mountain lion. They're known to stalk people occasionally without attacking. But at night, when I wake up sweating from nightmares about those eyes, I'm not so sure. I keep thinking about how it moved, how it maintained that perfect distance, how it circled and flanked me like it was testing my defenses, how it made that sound right at the end, like it wanted me to know it was there. I haven't gone hiking alone since then. I bought a new headlamp with backup batteries. I told a couple of friends about it, but left out the weirder details, how it moved, the sound it made. They just think I had a scary encounter with local wildlife. But I know what I saw. And sometimes, when I'm driving home late at night on empty roads, I check my rearview mirror more often than I need to, just to make sure those green eyes aren't there, watching me from the darkness again. I still don't feel like I can explain what happened to me that night. It's been 3 months, and I'm back in Minnesota now, but I wake up sweating despite the winter chill most nights. I've told a few people, but they either think I'm exaggerating or just had too much to drink that night, so I figured I'd share it here where people might actually understand. Last December, I drove up to visit my cousin Jake in North Dakota. He's been working on oil rigs up there and renting a small house outside Williston. I'd just finished finals week at the University of Minnesota, and with the winter break stretching ahead, I thought I'd check out his new life. Plus, he kept bragging about how much money he was making, and I was curious. I arrived on a Friday afternoon. The temperature was already well below zero, and a fresh layer of snow had covered everything. Jake's house was at the edge of a small development, maybe 15 houses scattered along an unpaved road with empty fields and patches of woods between them. Most of the houses looked vacant. Jake explained that many workers only stayed during certain seasons, leaving their places empty for months. On my second night there, Jake got a text from one of his co-workers about a gathering happening at some guy's place about half a mile away. I wasn't really in the mood to socialize, but Jake was eager to introduce me to his North Dakota family, as he called them. We trudged through the snow around 9 p.m., bundled in layers. The moon was nearly full, casting this eerie blue-white glow across the landscape. It was beautiful in a stark way, but also deeply unsettling. The emptiness of it all, the silence, the way sound seemed to travel forever across the frozen ground. The party was in this guy Dave's basement. The house itself was modest, but the basement had been converted into some kind of man cave, with a pool table, a makeshift bar, and a TV blaring some football highlights. About 15 people were crammed into the space, mostly guys from the oil fields, but a few local women too. I'm not much of a drinker, but I accepted a beer to be polite. The basement had this oppressive quality: low ceilings, no windows, concrete walls painted a dingy beige, and these fluorescent lights that kept flickering. The air was thick with cigarette smoke, despite the no smoking sign clearly posted on the wall. Jake immediately fell into conversation with his co-workers, and I found myself perched on the edge of a worn leather couch, feeling increasingly claustrophobic. Dave kept bringing me drinks I didn't ask for, and the conversation around me was mostly about work drama I couldn't follow. By 2 a.m., I was completely drained. The walls felt like they were closing in, and the flickering lights were giving me a headache. Jake was deeply engaged in some heated debate about football, and didn't notice when I pulled out my phone to check the walking directions back to his place. Google Maps showed a straight shot through a small patch of woods, across an open field, and then to Jake's development. Less than half a mile. Even in the cold, it would only take about 15-20 minutes. I decided I'd rather brave the freezing temperatures than spend another minute in that basement. I tapped Jake on the shoulder. "Hey, I think I'm going to head back." He looked at me like I was crazy. "Now? It's like 3 degrees out there." "I'm fine. I need some air anyway." "At least let me drive you," he offered. But I could tell he wasn't ready to leave. "It's cool. I'll walk. Could use the exercise after sitting around all day." Jake frowned. "Dude, you don't understand how cold it gets here. This isn't Minnesota cold. This is different." I waved him off. "I'm bundled up. It's a short walk. I'll text you when I get there." He still seemed concerned but didn't push it. "All right. Stay on the road, though. Don't cut through the fields. The snow drifts can be deeper than they look." I nodded, though I had already decided to take the shortcut. I pulled on my heavy winter coat, gloves, hat, and wrapped a scarf around my face. As I climbed the basement stairs and stepped outside, the cold hit me like a physical force. My breath crystallized instantly, and my nostrils stuck together slightly with each inhale. The neighborhood was dead silent. Not even the distant hum of traffic or the whisper of wind. Just absolute stillness. Most of the houses were dark, their driveways empty. The ones that showed signs of life had just a single light burning somewhere inside. The snow reflected the moonlight so intensely that it was almost as bright as twilight, casting everything in this surreal blue glow. I started walking, following the road at first. My boots made this loud, crunching sound with each step, unnaturally amplified in the quiet. I felt suddenly self-conscious, like I was disturbing something sacred, like the whole landscape was holding its breath, and I was the only thing moving for miles. After about 5 minutes, I reached the edge of Dave's property, where a narrow path led into a small wooded area. This was the beginning of my shortcut. I hesitated, remembering Jake's warning, but the idea of getting to a warm bed sooner won out. The woods were sparse, mostly pine trees and some bare, deciduous trees, whose branches created weird, twisted shadows on the snow. I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight, though the moonlight was surprisingly effective. The path narrowed, and the trees closed in overhead, blocking the moonlight in patches. The temperature seemed to drop another few degrees in the shadows. My phone screen glowed an unnatural blue against the snow. 3:17 a.m., battery at 42%. I had plenty of charge to make it back. The woods were only about 100 yards deep before opening onto the field that separated Dave's neighborhood from Jake's. When I emerged from the trees, the landscape opened up dramatically. A vast expanse of untouched snow stretched before me, flat and featureless, except for a few distant fence posts marking property lines. Jake's development was visible about a quarter-mile away, a cluster of dark shapes against the horizon, with a few windows glowing yellow. I felt strangely exposed stepping out of the tree line. In the woods, at least, there had been some sense of shelter, of not being visible from a distance. Out here, I was the only vertical thing for hundreds of yards in any direction. I'd made it about halfway across the field when I saw it. A figure, standing completely still about 70 or 80 yards away at my 10 o'clock position. At first I thought it might be a tree I hadn't noticed before, or maybe some kind of farm equipment left out for the winter. But as my eyes adjusted, I could clearly make out the shape of a person. They were tall, taller than me, probably over 6 feet, and wearing dark clothes that stood out starkly against the snow. I stopped walking. The figure didn't move either. From that distance, I couldn't make out details, just the silhouette. The person appeared to be wearing a heavy coat, maybe ski pants, and what looked like a ski mask or balaclava that completely covered their face. My first thought was that it might be someone from the party who had left before me and was taking the same shortcut. But then, why were they just standing there, motionless, in the middle of a frozen field at 3 a.m.? I raised my hand in a tentative wave, half expecting the figure to wave back and continue on their way. Nothing, not even a slight movement in acknowledgement. Just that same statue-like stillness. My heart started to pound. I felt the blood rushing in my ears. The cold air suddenly seemed to burn my lungs with each breath. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the vast openness. No response, no movement. I directed my phone's flashlight toward the figure, but the beam wasn't strong enough to illuminate much at that distance. Just a faint glow that disappeared into the darkness long before reaching them. I stood frozen for what felt like minutes, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. A strange standoff in the snow, me and this silent watcher. My mind raced through the possibilities. Maybe it was someone who lived nearby checking on their property. Maybe it was just another party-goer taking a break from the stuffy basement. Maybe it was someone who had gotten lost or whose car had broken down. But some primal part of my brain was screaming danger. Why would anyone just stand there, utterly motionless, not responding to my call or wave? Why were they facing directly toward me? How long had they been watching me before I noticed them? I decided to keep moving toward Jake's house. I tried to walk normally, not wanting to appear afraid, but my legs felt wooden and uncooperative. I kept my eyes fixed on the distant lights of Jake's development, but I was painfully aware of the dark figure in my peripheral vision. After I'd gone about 20 yards, I couldn't resist looking back. The figure had changed position. Not dramatically, they hadn't moved closer or anything, but they had rotated to keep facing me directly, like a security camera pivoting to track movement. That's when real fear set in, the kind that makes your skin feel too tight and your mouth go completely dry. I quickened my pace, no longer caring if I appeared afraid. I looked back again after another 30 yards. The figure had moved, not just rotated this time, but had taken several steps in my direction, still maintaining that same distance, but definitely following my path. Panic surged through me. I broke into a run, my heavy boots slipping slightly in the snow. The lights of Jake's house seemed impossibly far away. I didn't look back again until I reached the edge of Jake's property. When I did, the figure was gone. The field behind me was empty, just an unbroken expanse of moonlit snow. I spun in a complete circle, scanning the horizon, but there was no sign of the dark watcher anywhere. That was almost worse than seeing them. At least when I could see them, I knew where they were. Now they could be anywhere. I sprinted the last 100 yards to Jake's house, fumbling with my keys at the door, constantly glancing over my shoulder. When I finally got inside, I locked the door, then checked that all the windows were secure. I drew the blinds and turned on every light in the house. I texted Jake that I'd made it back safely, not mentioning what I'd seen. I didn't want him to think I was crazy or to cut his night short because of me. For the next few hours, until dawn broke, I sat in Jake's living room, positioned to see both the front and back doors. I kept imagining I heard footsteps on the porch, or seeing shadows move past the windows. Every creak of the house settling made me jump. Jake came home around 8 a.m., hungover and exhausted. I must have looked terrible because the first thing he asked was if I was okay. I told him I hadn't slept well. I couldn't bring myself to tell him what I'd seen. It sounded too crazy in the light of day. A mysterious figure standing motionless in a field at 3 a.m., who followed me without making a sound, then vanished. He'd think I was hallucinating from the cold, or had drunk more than I realized. I managed to doze off for a few hours, but the rest of the day I was jumpy and distracted. Every time I looked out the windows toward that field, I half expected to see the dark figure standing there, watching the house. That night, I made an excuse about a family emergency and drove back to Minnesota. Jake was confused but didn't push it. I haven't been back to North Dakota since. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just another person from the party. Maybe it was someone who lived nearby who was concerned about a stranger walking across their property at night. Maybe the cold and exhaustion made me misinterpret something completely innocent. But I can't shake the memory of that utterly still figure, the way it pivoted to keep facing me directly, how it moved without seeming to walk, the fact that it vanished completely in an open field with nowhere to hide. Sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still see it, that dark silhouette against the snow, faceless and patient, watching me from the edge of the light. And I can't help wondering, if I hadn't noticed it when I did, how close would it have gotten? I don't know what was out there that night. All I know is that I've never felt fear like that before, and I never want to again. I used to love winter nights and the peace of fresh snow. Now I keep all my blinds closed after dark, and I've started taking anxiety medication to help me sleep. I still haven't told Jake the real reason I left so suddenly. How do you tell someone that you saw something impossible on their property, something that shouldn't exist, something that still haunts you months later? All I know is that I'm never going back to North Dakota, and I'm never walking alone at night again, no matter how bright the moon is, or how close my destination might be. Because sometimes, the things watching us from the darkness don't stay in the darkness. Sometimes they follow you home. I still don't know what happened that night at my dad's old cabin. It's been 3 months, and I've barely slept since. I keep telling myself there must be a rational explanation, but I can't find one. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head. Writing this down is my last attempt to make sense of it all. My buddy Mike and I had been planning this trip for months. We both needed a break from our jobs in San Francisco. Him from his startup grind, me from my soul-crushing corporate role. Dad left me his cabin in Northern California when he passed last year, and I hadn't visited since I was a teenager. I remembered it as peaceful, a place where time stood still. The drive up took longer than expected. We left the main highway around 4 p.m., turning onto increasingly narrow roads until we hit the old logging path Dad had described in his will. My Subaru barely handled it, the undercarriage scraping against rocks as we crawled along at maybe 5 mph. "You sure this is right?" Mike asked, gripping the dashboard as we bounced over another pothole. "Has to be," I said, though I was starting to doubt it myself. The GPS had stopped working miles back, and I was navigating from memory and the hand-drawn map Dad had left. The sun was already getting low when we finally reached the end of the drivable path. We grabbed our backpacks, food cooler, and the duffel with sleeping bags, then started the hike to the cabin. Dad's directions said it was about a mile through the woods. The forest felt different than I remembered. Maybe it was the approaching dusk, but everything seemed denser, more closed in. The trees towered overhead, blocking what little sunlight remained. I kept checking the compass on my phone to make sure we were heading the right way. "This is pretty damn remote," Mike said, swatting at a mosquito. "No wonder your dad loved it out here." "Yeah," I said. though I was starting to question why Dad had chosen such an isolated spot. As a kid, it had seemed like an adventure. Now, it felt uncomfortably cut off from everything. We finally spotted the cabin just as darkness was really setting in. It was smaller than I remembered, just a simple one-room structure with a tiny porch. The roof sagged a bit in the middle, and the wooden walls had weathered to a dark gray. Dad had built it himself in the 80s, and it showed. I fumbled with the padlock on the door, my fingers clumsy in the growing dark. When we finally got in, the musty smell hit us immediately. That mix of old wood, dust, and something else I couldn't place. Mike switched on his flashlight and we took in our surroundings. A stone fireplace dominated one wall. 2 bunks were built into the opposite wall. There was a small table with 2 chairs, a counter with an old propane stove, and some shelves stocked with canned food and basic supplies. A single window faced the front, and another smaller one looked out the back. "Home sweet home," I said, trying to sound more cheerful than I felt. The cabin was exactly as I remembered it, but something felt off. Maybe it was just being there without Dad. We got to work quickly, knowing we didn't have much daylight left. Mike started the fire while I set up the portable solar battery I'd brought to charge our phones. There was no electricity, no running water, and definitely no cell service. Just us and the wilderness. By the time we'd unpacked and heated up some canned stew for dinner, full darkness had fallen outside. We sat at the small table, eating by the light of a battery-powered lantern. "It's so quiet out here," Mike said, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "I can't remember the last time I couldn't hear traffic or people." He was right. The silence was almost physical, pressing in on the cabin from all sides. Occasionally we'd hear a distant sound, a branch cracking or leaves rustling, but otherwise, nothing. We stayed up for a while, drinking the whiskey we'd brought and talking about work, relationships, all the normal stuff. But as the night wore on, our conversation kept circling back to how isolated we were. "How far is the nearest neighbor?" Mike asked. I tried to remember what Dad had told me. 5 miles, maybe more. There used to be an old guy who lived down the valley, but I don't know if he's still around. "And the nearest town?" "About 20 miles back the way we came." Mike nodded slowly. "So if something happened, if one of us got hurt or something, we'd have to hike out," I finished. "Or there's Dad's old emergency radio in the storage chest. Never had to use it, but it should work." That seemed to satisfy him, but I noticed we both drank a little more whiskey after that. Around midnight, we decided to turn in. The fire had died down to embers, casting a dim red glow across the room. We had our sleeping bags on the 2 bunks, me and Dad's old one by the window, Mike in the one closer to the door. I don't know how long I lay there, unable to sleep. The cabin made noises I'd forgotten about, the wood contracting in the cold, the occasional pop from the dying fire. Outside, the wind had picked up, brushing against the walls and rattling the single window pane next to my bunk. I must have finally drifted off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by something. For a second, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. The cabin was dark, the fire completely out now. I fumbled for my phone to check the time, 2:17 a.m. Then I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. 3 clear, distinct knocks on the cabin door. I froze, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. I could hear Mike's breathing from the other bunk change. He was awake too. Knock, knock, knock. Again, 3 knocks, not frantic or aggressive, but deliberate, purposeful, like someone politely asking to be let in. "Did you hear that?" Mike whispered, his voice barely audible. I nodded before realizing he couldn't see me in the dark. "Yeah, I whispered back. We both lay motionless, hardly breathing. The wind had died down completely. The silence between us felt solid, tangible. Knock, knock, knock. My mind raced through possibilities. A lost hiker. But who would be hiking at 2 a.m. in this remote area? A ranger. They would identify themselves. Some local who knew the cabin was here, but Dad had always said we had no close neighbors. Should we answer it? Mike's voice was strained. Before I could respond, the knocking came again. This time it was different, faster, more insistent. Knock, 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 knock. "Hey!" Mike called out, his voice cracking slightly. "Who's there?" Silence answered him. Complete, absolute silence. Not even the wind now. "Maybe it's a bear," I suggested, though I knew it wasn't. "Bears don't knock in patterns." "Bears don't knock, man," Mike said, echoing my thoughts. We waited, straining to hear any sound from outside. Footsteps moving away, rustling in the underbrush. Anything. But there was nothing. Then the knocking started again, this time on the window right next to my bunk. Tap, tap, tap. I nearly jumped out of my skin, scrambling away from the window until my back hit the wall. I could just make out Mike's silhouette as he sat up in his bunk. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. The tapping at the window continued, maintaining the same steady rhythm. I couldn't bring myself to look, to see what might be peering in at us. "We need to check," Mike said, reaching for his flashlight. "No," I hissed. Some primal instinct told me that acknowledging whatever was outside would make things worse. The tapping stopped as suddenly as it had started. Again, we were met with that unnatural silence. No retreating footsteps, no sounds of movement at all. Mike clicked on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. He swung it toward the window, but the light just reflected off the glass, showing us nothing but our own terrified reflections. "I'm going to look outside," he said, his voice steadier now. "Don't," I pleaded. "Let's just wait till morning." He hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Okay, but we should at least turn on the lantern." He fumbled with the battery-powered lantern until the cabin was filled with a harsh white light. It made the darkness outside seem even more impenetrable. We sat there, backs against the wall, staring at the door and windows. Neither of us spoke. I kept expecting the knocking to start again, but it didn't. Hours passed like this. I checked my phone periodically. 3:20 a.m., 4:05 a.m., 4:47 a.m. We hadn't heard anything more from outside, but somehow that was even worse. The knowledge that something might still be out there, waiting, watching. Around 5:30, the first hint of dawn appeared. The cabin gradually filled with gray light, making the lantern unnecessary. Only then did we finally move from our spots. "We should check outside," Mike said, his face pale and drawn from the sleepless night. I nodded, though every part of me wanted to say no, to suggest we just pack up and leave immediately. But curiosity overrode fear. We needed to know. Mike unlatched the door slowly, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet cabin. He pulled it open inch by inch, as if expecting something to burst in, but there was nothing. Just the small porch and the forest beyond, now visible in the early morning light. We stepped outside cautiously. The air was cold and damp with morning dew. Birds had started singing in the distance, ordinary forest sounds that felt reassuring after the night's silence. I moved to the side of the cabin to check beneath the window where we'd heard the tapping. The ground there was soft with fallen pine needles and dirt. If someone had stood there last night, they would have left footprints. There were none. I checked all around the cabin, examining the ground carefully. Not a single footprint. Not a disturbance in the dirt or pine needles. Nothing to indicate anyone or anything had approached the cabin during the night. "This doesn't make sense," Mike said, completing his own circuit of the cabin. "You heard it too, right? I didn't imagine it." "I heard it," I confirmed. "Clear as day, but there's no sign anyone was here." We stood there in the morning light, looking at each other. Neither of us said what we were thinking, that whatever had knocked on our door and window last night hadn't left any traces because maybe it wasn't something that could. "Let's get out of here," Mike finally said. "I don't care if we just got here. I don't want to spend another night in this place." I agreed without hesitation. We went back inside and packed up in record time, barely speaking. The cabin that had seemed merely rustic the day before now felt oppressive, as if the walls themselves were watching us. As we shouldered our backpacks and prepared to leave, I took one last look around. This had been Dad's special place, somewhere he'd found peace. Had he ever experienced anything like what happened to us? He'd never mentioned it. But then again, my father wasn't the type to talk about things that scared him. The hike back to the car felt twice as long as it had the day before. We kept looking over our shoulders, jumping at ordinary forest sounds. The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe the knocking had been some kind of animal we weren't familiar with, or perhaps a branch hitting the cabin in the wind. But I knew those explanations didn't fit. The knocking had been too deliberate, too intentional, and there had been no wind when it happened. When we finally reached my car, we threw our gear in and got out of there as fast as the rough road would allow. We didn't speak much on the drive back to San Francisco. What was there to say? We had both experienced something we couldn't explain, something that defied logical understanding. It's been 3 months now. I still haven't gone back to the cabin, though I know I'll have to eventually. It's mine now, after all. Sometimes I think about selling it, but who would want a place so remote? And besides, I'd feel obligated to tell potential buyers about what happened, which would sound crazy. Mike and I don't talk about that night. We've hung out a few times since, but there's an unspoken agreement to pretend it never happened. It's easier that way. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep at night in my apartment, with the comforting sounds of the city all around me, I find myself listening for something else. 3 distinct knocks, deliberate and patient, like someone or something politely asking to be let in. And I can't help wondering if whatever was outside the cabin that night followed us home. I still wake up in a cold sweat sometimes, hearing that sound, that single sharp crack that cut through the night. It's been 8 months since our trip ended, but I can't shake what happened that final night. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but how do you explain something when you don't even know what actually happened? Let me back up. Last summer, my 2 best friends from college, Mitch and Andy, and I decided to do something crazy before real life took over. We'd all graduated in May, had jobs lined up for September, and wanted one last adventure. The plan was simple. 3 months backpacking through the wilderness of Northern California. No real itinerary, just following trails, sleeping under the stars, and experiencing true freedom before corporate America swallowed us whole. Those first 11 weeks were incredible. We hiked parts of the Pacific Crest Trail, explored redwood forests where the trees were so tall they seemed to pierce the sky, and swam in lakes so clear you could see 20 feet down. We'd occasionally stop in small towns to resupply, do laundry, maybe grab a hot meal and a shower if we were feeling fancy. But mostly it was just us and nature. By the end of August, we were on our way back towards civilization. Our trip was scheduled to end in 3 days, and we were all feeling that mix of sadness that it was ending and excitement to get back to hot showers and real beds. We'd been following a barely marked Forest Service road for about 2 days when we stumbled upon this tiny town. And I mean tiny. It wasn't even on our maps. The place consisted of a single dusty road with a gas station, just one pump, a small post office that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1950s, and a bar with a flickering neon sign that just said drinks. No town name, no welcome sign, nothing. Just these 3 buildings stretched along maybe 200 yards of cracked asphalt. It was late afternoon when we arrived, and we were running low on water, so we stopped at the gas station. The guy inside barely acknowledged us. He was old, probably in his 70s, with leathery skin and eyes that never quite looked directly at us. When Andy asked him the name of the town, he just shrugged and said, "Ain't really a town, just a spot on the road." He sold us some water and a few snacks, but the whole time he kept glancing out the window like he was expecting someone. We considered pushing on, but it was getting late and we were all pretty tired. So we decided to find a spot to camp for the night and then catch a ride out the next day. The old guy at the gas station told us there was a clearing about 2 miles down the road that travelers sometimes used. "Just keep to yourselves," he said as we were leaving. I remember thinking it was a weird thing to say, but I brushed it off. We found the clearing easily enough. It was just off the main road, hidden behind a small grove of pine trees. Perfect spot for our final night. Flat ground, a little fire ring someone had made with stones, and enough distance from the road that we wouldn't be bothered by any passing cars, not that there seemed to be many. As we set up our tents, I noticed how quiet it was. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, with insects chirping and leaves rustling. This was different, an emptiness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I mentioned it to Mitch, who just laughed and said I was being dramatic. "Dude, we've been in the wilderness for nearly 3 months. You're just used to more noise," he said, hammering in a tent stake. Maybe he was right, but I couldn't shake this feeling of wrongness that had settled over me since we'd arrived at that non-town. It felt like the place was holding its breath. We made a small fire, heated up some dehydrated chili, and sat around talking about our trip and what waited for us back home. As the sun set, the temperature dropped fast, and the darkness that settled over us seemed thicker than usual. The stars were incredibly bright, but they felt cold and distant, like they were watching us. By 10 p.m. we were all exhausted and decided to turn in. I crawled into my tent, zipped up my sleeping bag, and tried to sleep. But that silence kept nagging at me. No owls hooting, no crickets chirping, no rustling of animals in the underbrush. Just nothing. I must have eventually dozed off because the next thing I knew I was jolted awake by voices, angry voices. I fumbled for my phone to check the time. 2:17 a.m. The voices were coming from somewhere beyond our campsite, maybe closer to the road. 3 distinct voices, 2 men arguing, their words punctuated by a woman's voice that seemed to be trying to calm them down. I couldn't make out what they were saying at first, just the tone, heated, aggressive, dangerous. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away, even though the voices were probably 100 yards from our tents. I heard Mitch stir in the tent next to mine. "You hear that?" he whispered, so quietly I barely caught it. I nodded, then realized he couldn't see me. "Yeah," I breathed back. The voices grew louder, and I started to catch fragments. "Told you what would happen. Not my problem. Both of you just stop." Then a male voice, louder than the others. "You think I'm fucking around? You think this is a game?" The woman's voice, pleading now. "Please, just put that away. We can figure this out." My blood turned to ice. Put what away? A weapon? I wanted to run, to grab my friends and just bolt into the forest. But fear had paralyzed me. What if they heard us? What if they were already watching our campsite? Andy was in the tent farthest from mine. I couldn't tell if he was awake, but I didn't dare call out to him. The voices were getting closer, moving in our direction. I could hear footsteps now, the sound of branches snapping underfoot. "I'm done talking," one of the men said, his voice terrifyingly clear now. "You had your chance." The woman screamed, "No!" And then it happened. A single gunshot cracked through the night air, so loud it seemed to physically hit me. My whole body jerked at the sound. Then there was silence, a silence even more absolute than before. No voices, no footsteps, nothing. I lay there in my sleeping bag, not daring to move, not even daring to breathe. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Time seemed to have stopped. I was sure that whoever had fired that gun would come for us next, that they knew we were there, that they knew we had heard. But nothing happened. The night remained silent. Eventually, the first gray light of dawn began to filter through my tent. I hadn't slept at all, just lay there frozen in terror, listening to the silence. When I finally heard Mitch unzip his tent, I did the same. We looked at each other, both pale, both with dark circles under our eyes. Andy emerged from his tent a moment later. None of us spoke. We didn't need to. We had all heard it. We packed up our gear in tense silence, moving as quickly as we could. No coffee, no breakfast, just a desperate need to get away from this place. As we shouldered our packs, Andy finally spoke. "Should we look for whoever—" He didn't finish the thought. Mitch shook his head firmly. "No, we get out of here, now." I agreed. Whatever had happened, we wanted no part of it. We didn't even discuss which direction to go. We just headed back toward the road, toward what passed for civilization in this forgotten corner of nowhere. As we approached the town, if you could call it that, I was struck by how different it looked in the morning light. The gas station's windows were covered with dust. The single pump rusted in a way I hadn't noticed the day before. The post office looked abandoned, paint peeling from its sign, and the bar, the neon sign that had flickered drinks the night before, was missing several letters now, and the windows were boarded up. "Was it like this yesterday?" Andy asked, his voice small. I couldn't answer. It didn't make sense. We had bought water from the old man just the day before. The bar had definitely been open. We'd seen people inside through the windows. We stood there, the three of us, staring at the dilapidated buildings. I felt dizzy, like the ground was shifting beneath my feet. None of this made sense. Had we imagined the old man, the functioning gas station? The gunshot had been real, though. I knew that with absolute certainty. We had all heard it. "We need to tell someone," I finally said. "The police, or—" "Tell them what?" Mitch interrupted. "That we camped near a ghost town and heard a gunshot in the night? That we didn't see anything or anyone? That we're just passing through and will be gone by tomorrow? Who's going to care?" He was right. We were strangers here. For all we knew, the local sheriff was involved in whatever had happened. It was a remote area, the kind of place where outsiders aren't welcome, where people handle their own problems. And if someone had been shot, if someone had been killed, we had no proof, no details, nothing useful to report. We decided to just leave. Get as far away as possible, as quickly as possible. We started walking along the road, heading east, because that seemed to be the direction that might eventually lead to a highway. After about an hour of walking in silence, we heard a vehicle approaching from behind. It was an old pickup truck, rust eating away at its edges. We debated whether to try to flag it down for a ride. What if it was connected to what we'd heard in the night? But we were exhausted, scared, and desperate to get away. Mitch stuck out his thumb. The truck slowed and stopped beside us. The driver was a middle-aged man with a gray beard and a baseball cap. He looked normal enough, not friendly exactly, but not threatening either. "Need a lift?" he asked, eyeing our backpacks. We hesitated, exchanging glances. But what choice did we have? "Yes, sir," Andy said, "just trying to get to the nearest town with a bus station." The man nodded. "I can take you as far as the interstate. You can hitch from there." We climbed into the bed of the pickup, our packs between our legs. As the truck pulled away, I looked back at the little non-town receding in the distance. In the morning light, it looked almost like a movie set, something not quite real. The driver didn't ask us any questions, and we didn't volunteer any information. He dropped us at an interstate junction about 30 miles east, nodded when we thanked him, and drove away. We managed to hitch another ride to a real town with a bus station, and by that evening, we were on our way back to civilization, our wilderness adventure officially over. I've tried to research that town since we got back. I've looked at maps, searched online for any mention of a tiny settlement in that area. Nothing. According to every official record, there's nothing there but forest and dirt roads. The three of us have talked about it, of course. Endlessly at first, then less and less as time passed. Andy thinks we were all overtired, that maybe we exaggerated what we heard in our minds. Mitch refuses to discuss it anymore, says it's in the past and we should leave it there. But I know what I heard. That gunshot was real, and something about that place wasn't right. Sometimes I wonder if we stumbled into something we weren't supposed to see, some pocket of reality that exists outside normal life. I'll never go back there. I couldn't even if I wanted to. I don't think I could find it again. But that sound, that single sharp crack in the darkness, it stays with me. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, when I jerk awake from a dead sleep, I swear I can still hear that terrible silence that followed it. A silence that seemed to swallow everything, even time itself. I don't know what happened in those woods that night, but I know that someone's secret is buried there, in that nameless place that might not even exist anymore. And sometimes knowing that is the most terrifying thing of all. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I keep replaying everything in my head. I've told a few people, but they just think I'm being dramatic or letting my imagination run wild. Maybe writing it down will help. I don't know. All I know is that I've never felt terror like that before. It was supposed to be a fun little adventure. That's all. My buddy Derek had found this hiking trail online. Some obscure forum where people were raving about this hidden gem with incredible views that most tourists don't know about. Derek's always looking for these off-the-beaten-path experiences. Usually I'm down for whatever, but something felt off about this one from the start. The directions were super vague, just a bunch of landmarks and approximate distances, no actual address or GPS coordinates. Derek was convinced this made it more exciting. "That's how you know it's good," he said. "If it was easy to find, everyone would go there." We set out around 3 p.m. that Saturday. It was mid-October, and the days were getting shorter, but we figured we had enough time to at least check the place out before dark. The drive started normally enough, about an hour outside the city, following the main highway. Then we exited onto increasingly smaller roads. I remember checking my phone around 4:30 and noticing we had already lost signal. Derek just laughed it off. "Embrace the disconnect, man." The 2-lane road narrowed to barely more than a single lane. Trees pressed in from both sides. I'm not usually claustrophobic, but there was something suffocating about how dense the forest was getting. The branches seemed to reach over the road, creating this tunnel effect that made me feel like we were being swallowed. "You sure we're going the right way?" I asked, for probably the 5th time. "Yeah, the post said to look for a faded wooden sign after the sharp bend. Should be coming up." The way he said it sounded confident, but I could tell he was getting nervous too. The sky was darkening faster than we expected, not just because of the approaching evening, but because the trees were blocking out what remained of the daylight. That's when I first felt it, this heavy sensation in my chest, like something telling me to turn back. I almost said something, but then Derek hit the brakes. "There, see it?" I squinted through the windshield. Sure enough, there was a weathered wooden sign, so faded you could barely make out any lettering. It pointed down what looked like nothing more than an overgrown driveway, a narrow gravel path cutting into the woods. "That can't be it," I said. "Directions say to turn here and follow for about 2 miles. This has to be it." I should have insisted we turn back. Why didn't I? Derek turned onto the gravel road, and immediately the car started bumping and jolting over uneven ground. The trees closed in even tighter here, branches scraping against the windows with this horrible scratching sound that set my teeth on edge. Our headlights were on now, but they seemed pathetically weak against the darkness that surrounded us. "This doesn't feel right," I finally said. "No one's been down here in ages." "That's the point," Derek replied, but his voice had lost its enthusiasm. "Hidden trail, remember?" The gravel crunched under our tires, the only sound besides our breathing. I realized then how unnaturally quiet it was. No birds, no insects, nothing. "You notice how quiet it is?" I asked. Derek nodded slowly. "Yeah, weird." We crawled along at maybe 10 mph for what felt like forever. Every branch that scraped across the roof made me flinch. I kept checking my phone, hoping for a signal, but nothing. The darkness outside was almost complete now. If we broke down here... After about 15 minutes on this nightmare road, we came to a small clearing where the path abruptly ended. Derek stopped the car and we sat there, headlights illuminating nothing but tangled underbrush and fallen branches. "This can't be right," he muttered, pulling out his phone to check the directions again, even though we both knew there was no signal. "The trail should be here. There should be some kind of marker or path." I unbuckled my seatbelt. "I'll take a quick look." "Be careful," Derek said. I stepped out of the car, and the cold hit me immediately. It was at least 15 degrees colder than when we'd left the main road. The headlights cast long, grotesque shadows from the trees, creating shapes that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I walked a few yards into the clearing, scanning for anything resembling a trail. Nothing. Just overgrown weeds, fallen branches, and darkness beyond. That's when I noticed the smell, like wet earth and something else I couldn't place, something rotten. "See anything?" Derek called from the car. "Nothing," I called back. "This is wrong. We need to leave." Back in the car, Derek looked defeated. "I don't get it. The directions seemed so specific." "Maybe we missed a turn," I suggested, though I didn't believe it. "Let's just get out of here. It's getting late." Derek nodded and started to turn the car around in the small clearing. It took several back-and-forth maneuvers in the tight space. Each time we backed up, the headlights would swing through the trees, creating disorienting flashes of illumination and shadow. Once we were finally facing the way we came, I felt a momentary relief. At least we were heading back to civilization. But as we started down the gravel path, my unease only grew. The darkness seemed thicker somehow, more oppressive. Every tree looked twisted and wrong, branches reaching down like claws. "Does this look different to you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Derek didn't answer immediately. He was hunched forward, gripping the steering wheel tightly, eyes fixed on the narrow path ahead. "Derek?" "Yeah," he finally said. "I don't know why, but it feels different." I kept glancing in the side mirror, then turning to look out the back window. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us or watching us. "Can you go any faster?" I asked. "Not really. I can barely see the road." We crept along at that painfully slow pace. I kept checking the time on the dashboard. 6:17, 6:23, 6:29. It seemed to be taking much longer to get back than it had taken to come in. I was staring out the side window when Derek suddenly slammed on the brakes. The car skidded slightly on the gravel before coming to a stop. My heart leapt into my throat. "What? What is it?" I demanded. Derek was staring straight ahead, his face pale in the glow from the dashboard. "There's someone there." I followed his gaze. In the beam of our headlights, at the edge of their reach, stood a figure, a man, just standing there, about 30 feet ahead of us, to the side of the road. He was wearing what looked like tattered, filthy clothes, a dark jacket or coat that hung loosely on his frame, pants caked with dirt. But it was what he was holding that made my blood run cold. A shovel, long-handled, with dark soil still clinging to its metal blade. He wasn't doing anything with it, just standing there, gripping it with both hands, staring at our car. "Maybe he needs help," Derek suggested weakly, but neither of us believed it. The man hadn't waved, hadn't called out, hadn't made any gesture that suggested he was in distress. He was just watching us. "Lock the doors," I whispered. Derek pressed the lock button, and the soft click somehow made everything worse, more real. "What do we do?" he asked. "Drive past him, slowly. Don't stop." Derek nodded and eased his foot back onto the accelerator. The car inched forward. As we got closer, I could see more details of the man. His clothes weren't just dirty. They were stained with dark patches that the rational part of my brain said was mud, but that my instinct screamed was something else. His face was gaunt, hollow-cheeked, with several days' worth of beard. But it was his eyes that haunted me. Even in the dim light, I could see they were empty. Not angry, not desperate, not anything. Just void. As we drew parallel with him, no more than 10 feet away, he turned his head to follow our movement. He didn't step toward us, didn't raise the shovel, just pivoted slightly, keeping his eyes locked on us, on me. I couldn't look away, couldn't even blink as we crawled past him. "Don't look at him," Derek muttered, but it was too late. Our eyes had met, and I felt something pass between us, some understanding that chilled me to my core. We cleared him, and I expected to feel relief. Instead, the dread intensified. I twisted in my seat to look through the rear window. He had turned completely now, still standing in the same spot, watching our taillights. "He's just standing there," I said, my voice shaking, "watching us go." "Don't look back," Derek said. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel, but I couldn't help it. I kept checking the mirrors, expecting to see the man following us. For several minutes, there was nothing but darkness behind us. Then, at one point when I glanced back, I thought I saw movement in the trees alongside the road. Just a flicker of something pale, moving parallel to us. "I think he's in the woods," I whispered, following alongside us. "We're almost back to the main road," Derek said, though we had no way of knowing if that was true. The gravel path seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of us. Every sound made me jump, branches scraping the car, gravel popping under the tires. My imagination ran wild. I pictured the man with the shovel emerging from the trees directly in front of us. I pictured him suddenly appearing at my window, I pictured what that shovel might have been used for. After what seemed like an eternity, we finally saw the main road ahead. The moment we pulled onto the paved surface, a wave of relief crashed over me so strongly I nearly cried. Derek accelerated, and we both let out breaths we hadn't realized we were holding. "What the actual fuck was that?" Derek finally said when we were a good mile down the road. "I don't know," I replied. My hands were shaking. "A squatter, maybe? Some homeless guy living in the woods?" But we both knew that didn't explain it. The empty eyes, the shovel, the feeling of absolute wrongness that had surrounded him. "Did you see the stains on his clothes?" Derek asked quietly. I nodded. "Probably just mud." "Yeah, probably." We drove in silence after that, both lost in our thoughts. The further we got from those woods, the more I tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe he was a caretaker for some property back there. Maybe he was doing some kind of work in the forest. Maybe. But none of the maybes explained the visceral terror I'd felt. None of them explained why, even now, weeks later, I still wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, convinced that the man with the shovel is standing at the foot of my bed. I've tried researching the area since then, tried to find any history of disappearances or crimes in those woods. There's nothing specific I can pin down without knowing exactly where we were. The directions that seemed so clear to Derek that day now feel deliberately misleading, like they were designed to lure people to that specific spot. What keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of the man or wondering who he was. It's the knowledge that we were never meant to find a hiking trail. We were meant to find him. And if we had arrived a little later, when it was fully dark, if we had gotten out of the car to ask for directions, if our car had broken down on that gravel road. I've stopped hiking since then, stopped going anywhere remote or isolated. Derek acts like he's moved on, but I notice he doesn't suggest adventures anymore. Sometimes I wonder if the man is still there, standing motionless in the dark woods with his dirt-caked shovel, waiting for the next car to come looking for a trail that doesn't exist. And sometimes in my darkest moments, I wonder if he somehow followed us home. I still can't shake what happened 3 nights ago. I've volunteered with the Sea Turtle Conservation Network for almost 2 years now, and I've done dozens of night patrols. Never had any issues before. It was just something I enjoyed doing, helping endangered species while getting some peace and quiet away from my usual day job. But after what happened, I don't know if I can go back. It was supposed to be a standard patrol. I'd signed up for the midnight to 3 a.m. shift at Henderson Beach. It's pretty remote, about 40 minutes from town down a dirt access road, but that's why the turtles like it. No lights, no people, no disturbances. The weather report had mentioned cloud cover, but I didn't realize just how dark it would be. When I pulled into the small gravel lot at 11:45, I couldn't see anything beyond my headlights. No moon, no stars, nothing. Just pitch black. I grabbed my gear from the trunk, rubber boots, clipboard with data sheets, my red flashlight. We use red light because it doesn't disturb the turtles. Some water, and my phone. I always keep the regular flashlight app ready as a backup, even though we're supposed to avoid white light. The coordinator had texted that 2 green turtles had been spotted earlier that evening, so I was optimistic about seeing some action. The moment I shut off my car, the darkness swallowed everything. I turned on my red flashlight, but it barely cut through the blackness. The beam only reached about 10 feet ahead of me. I remember standing there for a minute, just letting my eyes adjust, but they never really did. There was nothing to adjust to, no ambient light at all. What struck me immediately was how quiet it was. Usually you can hear the waves, the wind in the sea oats, maybe some night birds. But that night, even the ocean seemed muted, like someone had turned the volume down on the world. No wind, no distant traffic, nothing. I made my way down the wooden walkway that leads over the dunes to protect the vegetation. The boards creaked under my feet, sounding impossibly loud in the silence. At the end of the walkway, I stepped onto the sand and started my patrol, heading north as assigned. The wet sand near the waterline was easier to walk on, so I stayed close to where the waves were lazily rolling in. I swept my light back and forth, looking for the distinctive tracks turtles leave when they come ashore. About 15 minutes in, I thought I saw something in the water, just a glimpse of what might have been a turtle's head poking up. I stopped and waited, focusing my light on that spot, but whatever it was didn't resurface. That's when I heard it. A shuffling sound from the dunes behind me. I didn't think much of it at first. Probably a fox or maybe a raccoon. We see them sometimes, scavenging for ghost crabs. I kept walking, continuing my patrol. But the sound didn't fade. In fact, it seemed to follow me. I stopped again, turning my light toward the dunes, but the beam couldn't penetrate the darkness. The dunes rose about 6 feet high, topped with sea oats and scrubby vegetation, creating a wall of black. I strained to see anything, scanning slowly, but all I could make out were vague outlines that seemed to shift and disappear when I tried to focus on them. Then I heard a low, wet sound, like a grunt, but sloppy somehow, followed by a scraping noise as if something heavy was being dragged through the sand. My heart rate picked up. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a possum or even a coyote. We get those occasionally, nothing dangerous. I decided to move farther down the beach. I picked up my pace, not running, but definitely walking faster than before. The sand felt heavy around my boots, making each step more effort than it should have been. After about 50 yards, I paused and listened. The rustling was still there, keeping pace with me in the dunes. It was mimicking my movements. When I walked, it walked. When I stopped, it stopped, but with a slight delay, like an echo. I won't lie. By this point, I was officially freaked out. The nearest person was probably miles away. Cell service here was spotty at best, and my car was back where I'd started, which meant I'd have to either continue around the whole patrol route, about 2 miles, or double back past whatever was following me. I tried to calm myself down. I'm not a small person. I'm 6'2", and I've taken self-defense classes. But there's something about being alone in complete darkness that strips away all confidence. Every horror movie I'd ever seen started flashing through my mind. I decided to continue forward. The patrol route eventually loops back to the parking area, and I figured it was better to keep moving than stand there in the dark, letting my imagination run wild. As I walked, I kept my flashlight trained on the water's edge, trying to focus on my job. Look for turtles, look for tracks, document any nests, normal stuff. But my ears were straining to track the sounds from the dunes. That's when I heard it, a shout, distant but clear, a human voice. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The shout came again, louder this time, angrier. It was directed at me, I was sure of it. But I couldn't make out any words, just raw, slurred sounds that were definitely human, but somehow not quite right. My mind raced through possibilities. A homeless person camping in the dunes, a drunk who'd wandered onto the beach, a drug addict. None of those options were comforting. I had to get back to my car. The patrol could wait for another night. I considered my options. Going back the way I came meant passing directly by whoever was making those sounds. Going forward meant at least another 40 minutes of walking before I'd loop back around. I decided to risk a third option, cutting through the dunes at an angle, away from the voice, and circling back to the parking lot from a different direction. I turned my light off completely. As terrified as I was of the dark, I was more afraid of being a visible target. I waited for my eyes to adjust as much as they could, which wasn't much, then started carefully making my way up the first dune, away from the water. The sand was soft and gave way under my feet, making climbing difficult. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, pounding in my ears. Every step I took seemed thunderously loud. I kept expecting to feel a hand grab my ankle or hear that voice right behind me. I reached the top of the first dune and crouched down, trying to get my bearings. In the distance, maybe 200 yards away, I could just barely make out my car in the parking lot, a slightly darker shape against the black backdrop. As I started to move again, I heard another shout, much closer this time, followed by a crash and cursing. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The voice was slurring badly, almost incomprehensible, but definitely angry about something. I began moving again, as quietly as possible, ducking low among the sea oats. The sharp blades scratched at my arms and face, but I didn't care. I just needed to get to my car. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I'd made a wide arc and was approaching the parking lot from the side opposite to where I'd heard the voice. That's when I saw it, a shape on the ground near my car. Something was crumpled in the sand, not moving, but definitely there. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get in my car and drive away as fast as possible. But I needed to know what I was dealing with. If someone was hurt, even if they were the one who'd been shouting, I couldn't just leave them. With trembling hands, I turned my flashlight back on, aiming it at the shape. It was a man, sprawled face down in the sand, one arm twisted awkwardly beneath him, the other flung out to the side. For a horrible moment I thought he was dead. Then he twitched and let out a guttural snore. As I cautiously approached, the smell hit me, the unmistakable stench of cheap liquor and vomit. Around him were scattered at least a dozen empty beer cans and a bottle of something stronger. He was just drunk, passed out drunk on a remote beach in the middle of the night. The relief that flooded through me was so intense I actually laughed out loud, which was a mistake because he stirred at the sound. I quickly shut up and backed away toward my car. As I got closer to my vehicle, I could see a trail of those empty cans leading from where he lay, back into the dunes. He must have been wandering around up there, drinking and stumbling around, knocking into the vegetation, shouting at nothing, or maybe at me when he spotted my light. I gave him a wide berth as I made my way to my car. He didn't look dangerous, just a middle-aged guy who'd apparently decided to get wasted alone on a deserted beach. But I wasn't taking any chances. I kept my eyes on him as I unlocked my door and slid inside, locking it immediately behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As the engine roared to life, my headlights illuminated the scene, the man's splayed form, the glint of aluminum cans, a trail of disturbed sand where he'd obviously been stumbling around. I put the car in reverse, my tires crunching on the gravel. As I turned to head back down the access road, my headlights swept across the dunes one last time. For just a second, I thought I saw another shape up there, standing tall among the sea oats, a darker shadow against the darkness. I hit the gas and didn't look back. I reported the incident to my coordinator the next morning. and they said they'd notify the beach patrol about the trespasser. I didn't mention the shape I thought I saw at the end. It was probably nothing, just my imagination still in overdrive. But 3 days later, I still haven't been able to shake the feeling that something wasn't right about that night, about how quiet everything was, about how the drunk man seemed to be exactly in my path back to safety, about that last glimpse of something standing in the dunes. I keep telling myself it was just a drunk guy who picked a weird place to get wasted, that everything else was just my mind playing tricks on me in the dark. But I've canceled my next 2 patrol shifts, and I'm not sure when or if I'll feel ready to go back out there alone. The thing is, I've been on that beach dozens of times at night. I've never been afraid of the dark before, but now I understand how quickly your mind can turn against you when you're truly isolated, how the line between rational fear and irrational terror blurs when you can't see what's around you. How vulnerable you really are on a deserted beach at midnight, with nothing but a weak red light between you and whatever might be watching from the darkness. I still don't know if there was someone else out there that night, or if the drunk man was really just a drunk man, but I do know I'll never look at darkness the same way again. I've been hiking the Allegheny trails in Pennsylvania for about 15 years now. There's something about being out there alone that just resets everything for me. The quiet, the trees, the way you can go hours without hearing anything man-made. I know those trails like the back of my hand, especially this one particular route that winds through some pretty remote sections near the state forest boundary. There's this cabin that sits about 4 to 5 miles from the nearest access road. Nothing fancy, just an old hunting cabin, the kind with weathered logs and a small porch. For years, it was always empty when I passed by. Sometimes I'd peek in the windows and see dusty furniture, like someone used it seasonally but hadn't been there in months. I even used the porch once during a thunderstorm, just to stay dry while I waited it out. Never thought much about it. That changed last summer. I was doing my usual solo 3-day hike in early June. The weather was perfect, not too hot yet, and the bugs weren't bad. I was making good time and hit the section with the cabin around 2 p.m. As I came around the bend in the trail, I immediately noticed something different. There was smoke coming from behind the cabin. When I got closer, I saw him. This guy was huge, had to be at least 6'4", with shoulders like a linebacker. He was standing over one of those portable camping grills, poking at something with a long fork. He had on a dirty white t-shirt with sweat stains all over it, and cargo pants that had definitely seen better days. His hair was long, greasy, and pushed back behind his ears. What really caught my attention was the mess around him. There were easily 15 or 20 beer cans scattered around, some crushed, some just tossed aside. A couple of plastic grocery bags were blowing around, caught on bushes. The whole scene just felt wrong. I'm not usually one to judge. People camp however they want to camp, but something about this guy made the hair on my neck stand up. Still, the trail passes about 30 feet from the cabin, and I wasn't about to bushwhack just to avoid some random dude. As I got closer, he looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had this patchy beard that didn't connect right. I gave him the usual hiker's nod and afternoon as I passed. He just stared for a second, then grunted something I couldn't make out. No nod back, no greeting. Just that grunt and a look that made me feel like he was sizing me up. I kept walking, picking up my pace a bit without making it obvious. I could feel his eyes on my back until I rounded the next bend. I hiked another 4 miles before setting up camp that night, farther than I'd planned to go, but something told me to put some distance between us. I tried not to think about it too much. Plenty of weird people out in the woods, right? Could have just caught him on a bad day. By the time I finished my loop and headed home, I'd mostly forgotten about it. Fast forward to this summer. My wife Jen had been saying she wanted to experience my wilderness adventures, so we planned a weekend trip with her best friend Allison and my sister Katie. They're all in decent shape but not experienced hikers, so I picked my favorite moderate trail, the same one with the cabin. We set out early Saturday morning. The weather was hotter this time, late July instead of June, but everyone was in good spirits. I'd forgotten all about the cabin guy until we were about half a mile away. "There's an old cabin coming up," I said, suddenly remembering. "Last time I was here there was some guy staying there, kind of a weird dude." "Weird how?" Jen asked. "Just gave off strange vibes, probably nothing." I didn't want to worry them over what was likely nothing. Chances were slim he'd even be there again. But as we approached, I saw the smoke again. Same spot, same portable grill. My stomach dropped. I stopped the group. "Hold up, that guy I mentioned is still here." I pointed toward the thin trail of smoke. "Let's just move through quickly and keep to ourselves." "Is he dangerous?" Allison asked, suddenly looking nervous. No, I lied. "Just not very social. Trail etiquette, you know? Quick nod and keep moving." As we got closer, I could see him. Same guy, same dirty white shirt, or its twin, same beer cans everywhere. But this time, there were other things scattered around too. A torn tarp, what looked like animal bones in a pile, and some clothes hanging from a makeshift line. He was hunched over the grill again, but straightened up when he heard us. I'll never forget how his expression changed when he spotted us, or more specifically, when he spotted the women. His whole demeanor shifted. He went from scowling to this weird, toothy grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Well, hello there, hikers," he called out, way too loud for how close we were. His voice was deep and raspy, like he smoked 2 packs a day. "Y'all look like you could use a rest and some food." I felt Jen tense up beside me. I put my arm around her shoulders, both for comfort and to keep us moving. "We're good, thanks," I called back with a forced smile. "Just passing through." He stepped away from his grill and moved closer to the trail. I could smell him from 10 feet away. Sweat, beer, and something metallic. "Got plenty of venison here," he insisted, gesturing to whatever was on the grill. "More than enough for pretty ladies like yourselves." He wasn't looking at me at all now, just staring at the women. "We've got food, but thanks for the offer," I said firmly, continuing to walk. The girls followed close behind me. "Have a good one." "Don't be so unfriendly," he called after us. "Ain't often I get company up here, especially not such nice-looking company." I didn't respond, just kept us moving at a brisk pace. When we were about 50 yards past the cabin, Katie whispered, "That guy was seriously creepy." "Yeah," Allison agreed. "Did you see how he was looking at us? Like we were the meat instead of whatever he was cooking." Jen didn't say anything, just gripped my hand tighter. "Let's just get some distance," I said. "He's probably harmless, just lonely and socially awkward." But I didn't believe that, not really. Something was off about that guy in a way I couldn't explain. The way his eyes moved, calculating. The way he positioned himself closer to the trail when he saw us. I suddenly felt responsible for bringing 3 women near this creep. We hiked another 2 hours, but it was getting late. We'd planned to cover more ground, but between the heat and the women not being used to the terrain, everyone was exhausted. We found a decent camping spot near a small stream, about 2 miles past the cabin. I hesitated. 2 miles wasn't that far, but it was nearly dusk, and pushing on to the next good site would mean hiking in the dark, which I didn't want to do with 3 inexperienced hikers. We'll set up here, I finally decided. It's a good spot, flat ground, water nearby. As we set up the tents, one for me and Jen, another for Katie and Allison, I couldn't shake this feeling of unease. I kept looking back down the trail, half expecting to see the cabin guy standing there. "You okay?" Jen asked as we were arranging our sleeping bags. "Yeah, just tired," I said, "and keeping an eye out for bears." Another lie. Bears I could handle. We had bear spray, an air horn, and proper food storage. The cabin guy was what concerned me. We cooked dinner on our camp stove, but the usual joy I felt while camping was gone. The conversation was subdued, and I noticed everyone kept glancing around nervously. We didn't mention the cabin guy directly, but his presence hung over us. As darkness fell, we cleaned up carefully and hung our food bag from a tree branch away from camp. I made sure the bear spray and air horn were easily accessible in the tent vestibule. We played some cards by headlamp, trying to lighten the mood, but turned in early. Inside our tent, Jen snuggled close to me in her sleeping bag. "That guy really creeped me out," she finally admitted. "The way he was staring at us." "I know," I said, putting my arm around her. "But we're far enough away, and he'd have no way of knowing where we camped." "You're right," she said, but neither of us sounded convinced. I didn't sleep. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves had me wide awake. The forest sounds that normally lulled me to sleep now had me on high alert. I kept checking the time on my watch, 11:42, 12:15, 1:03. Around 2 a.m., I heard something different. Not animal sounds. It was too deliberate, too irregular. Shuffling, like someone trying to be quiet, but not quite managing it. I froze, listening intently. There it was again, a soft crunch of leaves closer to our campsite. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure Jen would wake up from the vibration alone. Then I heard a metallic sound, like someone bumping against our cooking pot that we'd left on the picnic table. I carefully unzipped my sleeping bag and reached for the flashlight and air horn. "What is it?" Jen whispered, suddenly awake. "Probably just an animal," I whispered back. "Stay here." I unzipped the tent door as quietly as possible and poked my head out. The campsite was dark, but the moon provided just enough light to make out shapes. And there, hunched over our backpacks that we'd left on the picnic table, was a human figure. My blood turned to ice. It was him, the cabin guy. He was rifling through Allison's pack, pulling items out and stuffing some into his pockets. For a split second, I was paralyzed. Then training and instinct kicked in. I grabbed the air horn, stepped fully out of the tent, and pressed the button. The blast was deafening in the quiet forest. The cabin guy jolted upright, spinning around wildly. In the same instant, I heard screams from the other tent as Katie and Allison woke in terror. The cabin guy stumbled backward, clearly drunk, arms flailing. He staggered too close to our fire pit where embers were still glowing and nearly fell in. He caught himself at the last second, cursing loudly. I kept my finger on the air horn, the noise continuing to pierce the night. Jen was now out of the tent behind me, and I could see Katie and Allison's faces peeking out of their tent door, eyes wide with fear. The cabin guy regained his balance and glared at me with pure hatred. The air horn had stopped, my finger finally releasing the button in shock. "You shouldn't have done that," he growled, his words slurred. "Just being neighborly, checking on y'all." "Get out of our camp," I said, trying to sound authoritative despite my terror. "Now." He took a step toward me, and I raised the air horn again threateningly. He paused, seemed to consider his options, then spat on the ground. Fine, keep your shit." He gestured dismissively at the scattered contents of Allison's pack. "But this ain't over. I know where you're headed. Ain't but one trail through here." Then he turned and stumbled into the darkness in the direction we'd come from, back toward his cabin. The moment he disappeared from sight, everyone started talking at once. "Oh my God, was that the guy from the cabin? What do we do?" "We need to pack up," I said, cutting through the panic. "Right now, we need to get moving." "It's the middle of the night," Katie protested, though she was already starting to stuff things into her bag. "Doesn't matter. He knows where we are and he's angry now." I was already rolling up my sleeping bag. We need distance between us and him. No one argued further. We packed in record time, using headlamps and working in near silence, jumping at every sound from the forest. Within 20 minutes, we were ready to go. I did a final sweep of the campsite with my flashlight, making sure we weren't leaving anything important behind. That's when I noticed what was missing from Allison's pack: her small cosmetic bag and a tank top that had been in an outside pocket. The thought of why he took those specific items made me sick to my stomach. We hiked by headlamp, stumbling over roots and rocks, moving as quickly as we safely could. No one complained about being tired anymore. Pure adrenaline kept us going. Every few minutes, I'd stop us and turn off my headlamp, listening intently for any sounds of pursuit. But all I could hear was our own heavy breathing and the normal forest sounds. We hiked for 3 hours straight in the dark, taking only the briefest breaks to drink water. As dawn began to lighten the sky, we reached a Forest Service road that crossed the trail. "We should follow this to the ranger station," I said, pointing east. "It's about 4 miles that way." Everyone nodded wordlessly, too exhausted and scared to speak much. We trudged down the gravel road as the sun came up, jumping at every sound, constantly looking over our shoulders. We reached the ranger station just as they were opening. The ranger on duty looked surprised to see 4 disheveled hikers so early in the morning. When we told him what happened, he immediately called it in on his radio. "Been getting reports about someone staying in that old Peterson cabin," the ranger told us, as we waited for a patrol car to take us back to our vehicle. "Property technically belongs to the state now, but it's low priority. Nobody's supposed to be living there." "Well, someone definitely is," I said, "and he's dangerous." They sent officers to check it out, but by the time they got there, the cabin guy was gone. All they found were beer cans, trash, and a makeshift grill, with what they later confirmed wasn't venison at all. It was a mix of raccoon and possum meat. It's been 3 months since that night. I haven't been back on that trail, or any remote trail for that matter. The rangers said they'd increase patrols in that area, but the forest is huge, and they're understaffed. Sometimes I wake up at night, thinking I hear shuffling outside our bedroom window. Jen says I've called out in my sleep more than once, something about staying away from our camp. I used to find peace in the solitude of hiking. Now I can't help but think about who else might be out there in those remote places. People who don't want to be found, people who watch and wait as you pass by their territory. People who might decide to follow you when night falls. I keep wondering if he's still out there, if he's found another cabin, if he's watching other hikers pass by. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did, or if I hadn't brought the air horn. Most of all, I wonder if he meant what he said, that it wasn't over. Because sometimes, when I look out at the tree line behind our house, I could swear I see movement, like someone watching, waiting, remembering. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened 3 weeks ago. I've been searching online for any information about this place, but there's nothing. I need to write this down while it's still fresh in my mind, because I'm starting to question if I imagined the whole thing. I was driving from Cheyenne to Seattle for a new job. My old Honda Civic had finally died after 15 years, so I just bought a used Subaru Outback. Before the trip, I had it checked out by a mechanic who gave it a clean bill of health. I'm usually super careful about these things. I plot my route, locate gas stations, pack extra water, the whole deal. But what happened that day wasn't something I could have planned for. I set out around 6 a.m., wanting to make good time. The first few hours were fine. Just me, some podcasts, and the endless Wyoming landscape. It wasn't until around 2 p.m. that I noticed my fuel gauge dropping faster than it should. At first, I figured it was just because of the mountain roads or something, but when I was still 50 miles from the next town on my route and the needle was hovering just above empty, I started to get nervous. I pulled over and checked my GPS. The nearest gas station, according to Google Maps, was about 35 miles away. I figured I could make it if I drove carefully, but my anxiety was building. The Subaru was still new to me, and I wasn't sure how far it could go on fumes. The next 20 minutes were spent watching that needle creep lower and lower. Then I saw a faded billboard on the side of the road. Half the paint was peeled off, but I could make out Clarkston Gas Food 5 miles ahead. I felt a wave of relief. The town wasn't on my GPS, but it was only 5 miles away. I could make that. I took the exit onto a narrow state road. The landscape changed almost immediately. The fields on either side were parched and brown. No cattle, no farms, just empty land that looked like it hadn't seen rain in years. The road itself was cracked and patched in places, but still drivable. After about 10 minutes of driving, I started to worry I'd misread the sign. Then over a small rise, I saw it. Clarkston, or what was left of it. From a distance, it looked like any small town, a cluster of buildings, a main street. But as I got closer, something felt off. There were no cars moving on the streets, no people walking around, just stillness. I drove slowly down what seemed to be the main street. There was a boarded-up diner, a few small houses set back from the road, and at the end of the street, a gas station with a faintly flickering neon sign that just said, gas. I pulled up to the pump, relieved that I'd made it before running completely dry. That's when I really started to notice how quiet it was. No distant truck sounds from the highway I'd left behind. No voices, no dogs barking, no music from open windows. Just the wind moving through the town, making dust devils on the cracked asphalt. I got out of my car and walked to the pump. It was an older model, not the digital kind you see everywhere now. I tried to operate it, but nothing happened. I pressed the buttons, turned the handle, nothing, not even a click or a hum. Looking around, I noticed the gas station had a small convenience store attached. Maybe someone inside could help. I walked over, conscious of how loud my footsteps sounded in the silence. The door was unlocked, so I pushed it open. A little bell jingled above me, making me jump. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. The inside of the store was dim, with only the natural light coming through the dusty windows. No electricity. The shelves were still stocked with products, but they were all covered in a thick layer of dust. I picked up a candy bar. The packaging was faded and outdated, a design I remembered from when I was a kid. Behind the counter, there was a stack of newspapers. The top one was dated September 2002, 20 years old. But it didn't look weathered enough for something that had been sitting there for 2 decades. It was like time had just stopped. I walked around the counter to the small office area in the back. There was a desk with paperwork spread out, a mug of coffee that had long since dried up, leaving a dark ring at the bottom. A jacket was draped over the chair as if the owner had just stepped out and would be back any minute. That's when I noticed the smell. It wasn't just musty or dusty. There was something else underneath, like metal shavings and spoiled meat. I followed it to a corner where a mop bucket sat. The liquid inside was dark and slimy. I didn't get too close. I needed to find help, or at least a working phone to call for assistance. My cell phone showed no service, not surprising in rural Wyoming. I decided to check the other buildings. Across the street was the diner I'd seen earlier, Maggie's, according to the faded sign. The windows were too grimy to see through, but the door opened when I tried it. Inside it was like the gas station, everything in place but abandoned. Tables were set with silverware and napkins. The specials board behind the counter advertised a meatloaf dinner for $5.99. The register was open and empty. I moved back outside, feeling increasingly uneasy. There were a few houses on the street, and I decided to check those next. The first one I tried had a front door that stuck slightly, but opened with a push. Inside was a living room, frozen in time. Family photos on the walls showed smiling people I'd never meet. A TV remote sat on the armrest of a recliner. A coffee table held a half-finished puzzle, some mountain landscape. Everything was covered in that same layer of dust and grit. I called out again, but only heard my voice echoing back. In the kitchen, dishes were stacked in the sink. The refrigerator, when I opened it, was empty and dark, but there was a faint smell of rot that made me close it quickly. I went upstairs, feeling like an intruder, but desperate to find someone, anyone. The bedrooms were neat, beds made. In what was clearly a child's room, toys were scattered on the floor, action figures, a toy car. A teddy bear with one eye missing sat on the bed, its fur strangely matted in places. I didn't touch it. By this point, my heart was racing. I went back outside, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows down the empty street. I tried a few more houses, all with the same result, homes that looked like the occupants had just stepped out, but the dust and decay suggested they'd been empty for years. I was starting to feel watched, not in a vague, paranoid way, but like there were actual eyes on me. I'd turn quickly thinking I'd catch someone peeking from a window, but there was never anyone there, just empty houses staring back with blank windows. In the last house I checked, I found a family room with photos of what looked like beach vacations, happy people at the ocean, building sandcastles. On the mantel was a snow globe of Seattle, my destination. I picked it up and shook it, watching the fake snow settle on the tiny Space Needle. When I set it down, I swear I heard a floorboard creak upstairs. I froze. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. No answer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had moved. I backed out of the house slowly, then turned and ran back to my car. To my immense relief, the Subaru started right up, despite how low on gas it was. I pulled away from the gas station, driving faster than I should have on the crumbling road. As I left Clarkston, I passed a sign I hadn't noticed on the way in. Someone had spray-painted words across it, but they were faded and impossible to read clearly. It looked like a warning. I made it back to the highway and drove like hell, pushing my luck with the gas gauge now firmly on empty. About 20 miles later, I coasted into a small town called Mountain Home just as my car sputtered to a stop outside a gas station. While filling up, I went inside to pay and asked the clerk if he knew anything about Clarkston. "Clarkston?" he repeated, looking confused. "Don't think I've heard of it. Where's that at?" I explained where I'd been, and he shook his head. "There's nothing out that way for miles. You must be thinking of somewhere else," I insisted, describing the town in detail. He just shrugged and called over to a guy in a deputy's uniform who was getting coffee. "Hey, Mike, you ever heard of a town called Clarkston? This fella says it's out off Route 16. The deputy looked at me with mild interest. "That old settlement? Folks abandoned that place years ago. Nothing out there now but empty buildings." "But why?" I asked. "What happened to everyone?" He just shrugged like it wasn't important. "Places die out. It happens." I wanted to ask more questions, but something in his expression made me stop. He didn't want to talk about it, that was clear. I paid for my gas and got back on the road. I made it to Seattle without further incident, started my new job, and tried to put the whole thing behind me. But I can't stop thinking about Clarkston, about those houses with their frozen moments of ordinary life, about the people in those photos and where they went and why they left everything behind. I've searched online for information about Clarkston, Wyoming. There's nothing. No news articles about a town being abandoned. No records of it existing at all. I've looked at maps of the area, both current and historical. No Clarkston. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember the details. The one-eyed teddy bear, the smell in that mop bucket, the Seattle snow globe. And I know it was real. What happened to the people of Clarkston? Why did they leave in such a hurry that they didn't take anything with them? And why does no one want to talk about it? I keep thinking about that spray-painted sign at the edge of town. I wish I could have read what it said. Maybe it was trying to warn people like me to stay away. Or maybe it was the last message from whatever was left of Clarkston. I don't know if I'll ever find answers, but I know one thing for sure. I'm never taking that route through Wyoming again. And if you're driving out that way and see a faded billboard for a town called Clarkston, just keep going. Whatever gas you have left in your tank, it's enough to get you past that exit. Trust me on this. I never talk about what happened when I was 13. Not because people wouldn't believe me, though they probably wouldn't, but because even now, 13 years later, saying it out loud makes it feel too real, like acknowledging it might somehow bring it back into my life. But after what happened last night, I need to get this out somewhere. Growing up in Riverton near Cheyenne, Wyoming was rough. We lived in one of those neighborhoods where you learn young to keep your head down and mind your business. My mom wasn't exactly Mother of the Year material. She had her own struggles with addiction and men that always seemed to come before taking care of me. But I wasn't your typical vulnerable kid either. By 13, I was already close to 280 pounds, towering over most adults in my life. My size made people assume I could handle myself, but inside, I was just a scared kid with crippling anxiety. My mom would regularly send me on errands at all hours. Didn't matter if it was midnight or if the temperature had dropped below freezing. If she needed something, I was going. I learned not to argue. It just made things worse. November 3rd, 2010. I remember the exact date because it was the night before my uncle's birthday. Around 10:30 p.m., my mom realized she'd forgotten to drop off his laundered clothes. He lived about 6 blocks away, across a part of the neighborhood that even adults avoided after dark. "Marcus, take these over to Uncle Dale's," she said, shoving a plastic bag of folded clothes at me without looking up from her phone. "Mom, it's late. Can't I just take them in the morning before school?" I asked, already knowing the answer. She gave me that look, the one that said the conversation was over. "He needs them for work tomorrow. Just go. You're big enough to handle yourself." I knew better than to keep pushing. While she was distracted, I slipped into the kitchen and grabbed a steak knife from the drawer, tucking it into the front pocket of my hoodie. I'd never needed it before, but something about that night felt different. The air was colder, the sky darker. It was one of those nights where the world feels emptier than usual. The streets were weirdly quiet as I started walking. No cars, no people, not even the usual stray dogs that roamed our neighborhood. 6 blocks isn't far, but that night each step felt like a mile. I kept my head down, hoodie pulled up, focused on just getting there and back as quickly as possible. About 2 blocks in, I heard it for the first time. A tapping sound, like metal hitting concrete. Tap, 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 then silence. I stopped, looked around, saw nothing. Probably just someone working on something in their garage, I told myself. Keep going. The sound followed me, though. Tap, 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 always stopping when I turned to look, always resuming when I started walking again. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and despite the cold, I was sweating. There's an alley between Clayton and Mercer Street that cuts about a block off the walk. Most days I'd avoid it. Narrow passages between buildings aren't safe in our neighborhood. But that night, I just wanted to get this over with. The tapping had me spooked, and the faster I got to Uncle Dale's, the faster I could get back home. Big mistake. The alley was darker than I expected, the only light coming from a single buzzing street lamp at the far end. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. You know that prickle on the back of your neck when someone's eyes are on you? It was like that, but 100 times worse. My skin felt like it was crawling. I made it to Uncle Dale's without seeing anything, but the feeling never left. I dropped off the clothes. He wasn't home, so I left them on the porch like usual, and was about to start back when my phone rang. My mom demanding I come straight home because she needed me to run to the gas station for cigarettes next. The walk back was so much worse. Clouds had moved in, blocking what little moonlight there had been. The streets seemed to stretch on forever, every shadow deeper than it should be. And then, about a block from the alley, the tapping started again, louder, more deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, my blood turning to ice, because this time I saw where it was coming from. Across the street, partially hidden behind a chain-link fence, was something. I say something because even now I struggle to call it a person. It was tall, impossibly tall, maybe 7 feet, but so gaunt it looked like skin stretched over bone. Its proportions were all wrong. The torso too narrow, arms too long. In the dim light, its skin had a weird sheen to it, almost like wet paper. It was tapping what looked like a long, thin finger against the metal fence post. Tap, tap, tap. I stood there, paralyzed. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, though it was probably only seconds. Then, with a movement too fluid to be natural, it vaulted over the fence. That broke my trance. I ran. I'm not fast, never have been, but fear pushed me harder than I'd ever moved before. Behind me, I could hear it, moving in a weird rhythm, not the steady footfalls of someone running, but a bounding sound, like it was using all 4 limbs to propel itself forward. I made the mistake of looking back. It was gaining on me, moving in that unnatural, loping gait. Its eyes caught what little light there was, reflecting back with a red glimmer like an animal's. My foot caught on something, a root or crack in the sidewalk, I don't know, and I went down hard in someone's front yard. The fall knocked the wind out of me, and for a terrible moment I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I rolled onto my back, gasping, and saw it looming over me. It was on all 4s now, bent in a way human limbs shouldn't bend. Its face was long, almost skeletal, with skin that looked like it had been stretched too tight. Saliva dripped from between jagged, uneven teeth. It wasn't drooling, it was hungry. My hand found the knife in my pocket. I don't remember making the conscious decision to grab it, but suddenly it was in my fist. As the thing lunged, I swung upward, blind with panic. I felt the blade connect. Not the resistance of flesh, but something tougher, almost leathery. The creature made a sound, not quite a scream, not quite a hiss, and recoiled. At that exact moment, a truck turned onto the street, its headlights washing over us. For just a second, I saw it clearly. The ember-like eyes, the papery skin stretched over lean muscle, and most distinctly, scars, dozens of them, crisscrossing its sides like it had been slashed repeatedly throughout its life. Then it was gone, scuttling into the shadows so fast I almost doubted what I'd seen. I made it home somehow, told my mom I'd fallen while running from a stray dog. She barely looked up from her boyfriend's texts, just told me to clean myself up. I threw the knife away, couldn't stand to look at the black tar-like substance that coated the blade. For years I convinced myself it was just my imagination, the overactive mind of an anxious kid, turning a homeless person or large animal into a monster. I moved on with my life. After high school, I got a small apartment in Meadowview to be close to my grandmother, who'd always been kinder to me than my mother. I got a decent job at the local hardware store, started building something resembling a normal life. But 3 months ago, my grandmother's health took a turn. I moved in with her to help out, and that's when the weird stuff started happening again. First, it was little things. Scratch marks on the trash bins outside. Large paw-like prints in the mud after it rained. Too big for a dog, but not quite right for a person either. Neighbors complained about strange footprints on their property. Items moved around outside. Then last week, taking out the trash after dark, I saw a gangly figure rummaging through our garbage cans. It was hunched over, back to me, but I could see it was tall, too tall, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. "Hey!" I shouted, more out of instinct than courage. It turned, the security light caught its face, and my heart nearly stopped. That same pale, scabbed skin, the same wiry frame. It stared at me for a long moment, head tilted at an unnatural angle. Then, with that same fluid movement I remembered from 13 years ago, it lunged over the fence and was gone. I've been losing my mind since then. I've replaced all the locks, reinforced the fence around the property. I hung wind chimes at every entrance, an early warning system. My grandmother thinks I'm overreacting to neighborhood vandals, but I know better. I know what's out there. Last night I was sitting on the porch, unable to sleep as usual. The wind chimes by the side gate suddenly rattled, not the gentle tinkling of a breeze, but the violent clanging of something hitting them. I grabbed the flashlight I keep beside me and ran to check. Nothing was there, but the gate, which I know I'd locked, was wide open, swinging gently in the wind. I think it's playing with me. I think it's been tracking me all these years, following my scent or whatever connection we made that night when my knife cut into its flesh, and I don't think it has any intention of leaving. I'm terrified of what happens next. There's a scar on its side from where I cut it 13 years ago. I marked it. I think that's why it's back. It doesn't like being marked. It doesn't like being hurt. And it wants me to know that. Last night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of something scratching at my window. When I looked, there was nothing there, but scratched into the glass from the outside were 3 vertical lines, like talons had been dragged deliberately down the surface. I'm typing this now because I need someone to know what's happening. The police won't help. What would I even tell them? That some inhuman creature I encountered as a kid has tracked me down to get revenge? It's getting dark now. The wind chimes have been quiet all day, but I know that won't last. Something tells me tonight will be different. I've got every light in the house on, doors and windows locked, but I can feel it out there, waiting, watching. Just now, I heard tapping on the back door. Tap, tap, tap. When it starts again, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know it's not going to stop until it gets what it came for. I haven't slept properly in weeks, and I'm only writing this because my therapist suggested it might help. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't lived through it. Last month, my parents and I went to our family hunting cabin near Clarkston, Tennessee. We've been going there since I was a kid, usually for weekend hunting trips or just to get away from everything. It's this old log cabin my grandfather built in the 70s, about 2 miles from the nearest neighbor, surrounded by dense forest. Nothing fancy, just 3 small bedrooms, a common area with a fireplace, and a tiny kitchen. Cell service is spotty at best, and there's no Wi-Fi. Usually I love the disconnect, but this time was different. As soon as we pulled up the gravel driveway, something felt wrong. I remember sitting in the back seat of my dad's truck, watching the trees thicken as we drove deeper into the property. Normally, you can hear everything out there. Birds singing, squirrels rushing through the underbrush, the wind in the pines. But that day, there was nothing. Complete silence, like the forest was holding its breath. Even our dogs knew something was off. We brought our 2 labs, Max and Cooper, who normally go crazy when we arrive at the cabin, barking, running circles around the yard, sniffing every tree. But when my dad opened the truck door, they just sat there. Cooper whined, and Max tucked his tail between his legs. Dad had to physically pull them out of the truck, and even then, they stayed close to our legs, heads down. "What's wrong with the dogs?" I asked my mom. She just shrugged. Probably smelled a bear or something. But I knew it wasn't a bear. Bears don't make an entire forest go silent. The cabin looked the same as always. Weathered logs, green metal roof with pine needles scattered across it, small front porch with 2 rocking chairs. Dad unlocked the door, and that familiar smell hit me. Musty air, old wood, and a hint of gunpowder from my dad's hunting gear. But underneath it was something else. Something sour, like meat left too long in the sun. "Did someone leave food out last time?" I asked, wrinkling my nose. "Don't think so," Dad said, dropping his bags. "Probably just a dead mouse in the walls. I'll check the traps later." I didn't think it was a mouse. It smelled older, more wrong. We unpacked the truck and settled in like always. Mom took the big bedroom at the back, Dad took the middle room, and I got my usual spot, the small room at the front of the cabin with 2 twin beds. It was basically a glorified closet with a window, just big enough for the beds, a small dresser, and this ancient metal clothes rack that's been there since forever, the kind on wheels with a single bar across the top. That's when I noticed something weird. There were 2 small backpacks hanging from the rack, like the kind little kids use. One was blue, the other red. They weren't mine, and we don't have any kids in the family young enough to use them. "Hey, did someone else stay here recently?" I called out. Dad popped his head in. "Nope. Uncle Mike was here in January, but that's it." "Why?" I pointed to the backpacks. "These aren't ours." Dad looked confused for a second, then shrugged. "Probably left by hunters who broke in to get out of the rain. Happens sometimes. Just toss them in the closet." But I didn't touch them. Something about those backpacks made my skin crawl. They looked worn, but not dirty, like they'd been used a lot, but carefully maintained. No names written on them, no tags, nothing to identify who they belonged to. The rest of the day was normal enough. Dad checked his hunting gear, Mom read on the porch, and I tried to get the dogs to play fetch, but they wouldn't leave the porch steps. Even when I threw their favorite ball, they just watched it bounce into the trees with their ears pulled back. I'd never seen them act like that before. By nightfall, the cabin felt different, smaller somehow, like the walls were pressing in just slightly. Mom made dinner, some pasta thing that I barely touched, and we played cards for a while before turning in around 10:30. My room was freezing compared to the rest of the cabin. I had to get an extra blanket from the closet, and even then I could see my breath in the air. The backpacks were still hanging there, silhouetted against the wall in the darkness. I thought about moving them but couldn't bring myself to touch them. Instead, I just crawled into bed and tried to sleep. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake, heart pounding. My phone said it was 11:44 p.m. The room was so cold that my teeth were chattering, and that's when I saw her. There was a woman standing by the clothes rack, except she wasn't really a woman, not in the way that makes sense. She was tall, impossibly tall. Her head nearly touched the ceiling, which is over 7 feet. Her limbs were wrong, too long, too thin, and bent at angles that human joints don't bend. Her head was tilted to the side at almost a 90-degree angle, like her neck had been snapped, and her eyes, two tiny points of pale light in the darkness. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. She just stood there staring at me with those pinprick eyes. And then she spoke. Her voice was dry and brittle, like dead leaves scraping across pavement. "Come on," she whispered. "Take a backpack and come with me." I finally managed to move one arm, fumbling for my phone. I turned on the flashlight, and the sudden brightness made me squint. When my eyes adjusted, she was gone. The backpacks swayed slightly on the rack as if someone had just touched them. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat up in bed with my back against the wall, phone clutched in my hand, flashlight on. I was too terrified to go to my parents' room, too terrified to even cross the few feet of floor between my bed and the door. I kept staring at those backpacks, convinced they would move at any moment. The next time I checked my phone, it was 3:21 a.m. That's when I realized I wasn't alone in the room anymore. There was someone sitting on the other bed. Not the tall woman, something else. It was gray, its skin stretched thin over sharp bones. It had no hair, no clothes, just that grayish skin that didn't look quite solid. It was hunched forward, hands on its knees, staring at me with hollow eyes that glowed just like the woman's had. And standing where the tall woman had been was another figure, broader, darker, but with the same glowing eyes. I don't remember screaming, but I must have, because suddenly my dad was there, baseball bat in hand, flipping on the light switch. The room was empty except for me. The backpacks hung motionless on the rack. "What happened?" Dad demanded, scanning the room. "Emma, what's wrong?" I told them everything. About the tall woman, about the gray thing on the bed, about the backpacks that weren't ours. I expected them to tell me it was just a nightmare, but they didn't. My mom's face went pale, and my dad kept looking at the corners of the room like he expected to see something there. "You're sleeping in the bunks outside our room tonight," Mom said, "with the door open." They believed me. That's what scared me more than anything. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and followed them to the small alcove outside their bedroom, where there were built-in bunk beds. Dad checked all the locks and even pushed the couch in front of the front door. Mom stayed with me while I tried to settle into the bottom bunk. "I've never liked this cabin," she whispered, smoothing my hair back from my forehead like she did when I was little. Your father's family has owned it forever, but there's always been something not right about it. Why do we keep coming back then? I asked. She sighed. Because it's important to your dad, and usually nothing happens, just feelings. But maybe we should leave in the morning. I nodded, exhausted but too afraid to close my eyes. Mom eventually went to bed, leaving their door open so I could see the foot of their bed from where I lay. I must have finally fallen asleep because I woke to my dad shouting. It was still dark, but the first hints of dawn were showing through the small window above the bunks. I heard my mom trying to calm him down. Something was pulling at me, he kept saying. Cold hands, cold as ice, pulling my blanket off. I lay frozen in the bunk, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. After a few minutes, my parents' door opened and Mom came out, her face ashen. "It's okay," she said, not sounding okay at all. "Dad just had a nightmare." But when I got up an hour later, after the sun had fully risen, I saw my dad's blanket on their bedroom floor. It had long, ragged tears in it, not like it had caught on something and ripped, but like something with claws had shredded it. That morning, we all pretended everything was normal. Dad made coffee. Mom made pancakes that none of us ate. The dogs wouldn't come back inside, so Dad had to feed them on the porch. We didn't talk about what had happened during the night. And then the knocking started. It was around 9 a.m. 3 distinct bangs on the wall of my bedroom, loud enough to make us all jump. We waited, listening. 3 minutes later, I timed it on my phone. 3 more bangs. Then 5 minutes passed, and 3 more bangs. It kept going. 3 bangs, 3 minutes, 3 bangs, 5 minutes, 3 bangs, over and over. "It's trying to get our attention," Dad said, his voice tight. Mom shook her head. "It's trying to take something." I didn't ask what she meant. I didn't want to know. By 10:30, we'd had enough. Dad said we were leaving. No one argued. We packed quickly, throwing things into bags without folding them, just wanting to get out as fast as possible. I waited until the last minute to go back to my room for my backpack. The knocking had stopped about 20 minutes earlier, and the silence was almost worse. The room felt different in daylight, smaller, sadder somehow. The first thing I noticed was that the backpacks were gone from the clothes rack. Just gone. No sign they'd ever been there. The second thing I noticed was the bed where the gray thing had sat. There was a deep indentation in the mattress, like something heavy had been sitting there for hours. I grabbed my stuff and ran out without looking back. The dogs practically threw themselves into the truck, and we were down the driveway before Dad had even properly closed his door. No one spoke for the first hour of the drive home. Finally, just outside of Nashville, Mom broke the silence. "We're not going back," she said. It wasn't a question. Dad just nodded, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. That should be the end of the story, but it's not. Because sometimes at night, I wake up at exactly 11:44 p.m. My room is freezing cold, and I swear I can hear a dry, brittle voice whispering, "Take a backpack and come with me." And yesterday, when I came home from class, there was a small blue backpack sitting on my bed. I don't know how it got there. My roommate says she didn't see anyone enter our apartment. I haven't opened it. I'm afraid of what I might find inside. I don't know what to do. I don't know what those things in the cabin wanted with me. But I'm certain that whatever was there hasn't finished with me yet. I still can't believe what happened yesterday. My hands are still shaking as I type this out, partly from the lingering cold and partly because I keep thinking about how close I came to not making it back at all. It was supposed to be a normal hunting day at Harrisville State Park. Nothing special, just me and Jax, my German shepherd, heading out for some deer hunting like we've done dozens of times before. The weather forecast had promised perfect conditions. About 28 degrees, light wind, fresh powder snow from the night before. Perfect for tracking. I woke up at 4:30 a.m., loaded my gear into the truck, and Jax jumped in like he always does, tail wagging like crazy. He loves these trips more than I do. I picked up a coffee at the gas station on the way, and we hit the road. We got to Harrisville around 6:15 a.m. The parking lot was empty, just how I like it. I remember checking my phone before stepping out and seeing "no service" flash across the screen. Nothing unusual for that area. I tucked it into my inner pocket anyway, more out of habit than anything else. The sunrise was just starting to peek through the trees, turning the snow this pinkish-orange color. It was dead quiet except for the crunch of snow under my boots. I remember thinking how perfect it all seemed. Jax was at my side, his breath making little clouds in the cold air. I had all my gear, my rifle, backpack with water, some snacks, first aid kit, and spare ammo. I was wearing my heavy insulated camo, waterproof boots, and thermal underwear. I'd been hunting in cold weather enough times to know how to dress. One thing I'd changed for this trip was Jax's leash. His old one had gotten frayed, so I'd picked up this retractable one from the big box store near my house. It was on sale, seemed sturdy enough. That decision nearly cost me my life. We headed down the main trail, then branched off onto a smaller game path I knew from previous trips. About a mile in, that's when Jax started acting different. His ears perked up, and he kept sniffing the air. I figured he was picking up on deer, which was exactly what we wanted. Then I spotted some tracks crossing our path. Not deer, though. Canine tracks. Too big for a fox, too small for the wolves that sometimes wander down from the UP. Probably coyotes, I thought. Jax was getting more excited with each step, pulling harder on the leash. And here's where I made my first mistake. Instead of keeping him calm, I encouraged him. "What is it, boy? You smell something good?" I remember saying that to him, kind of amping him up more. Stupid mistake. We continued deeper into the woods, and the terrain started to get rougher. The snow was deeper here, maybe 8 or 9 inches, making each step a little more work. The trees were getting thicker too, blocking out more of the morning light. It must have been around 7:30 by then, and the temperature felt like it was dropping instead of rising with the sun. Jax kept getting more and more excited, pulling harder on that damn retractable leash. I should have stopped and switched to his collar, but I didn't. I just kept going, following him as he tracked whatever scent had caught his attention. Then it happened. Jax lunged forward suddenly, must have caught a fresh scent, and the cheap plastic handle of the retractable leash just snapped. It made this pathetic cracking sound, and before I could even process what happened, Jax was gone, disappeared into the trees like a shot, the broken leash trailing behind him. "Jax!" I yelled, my voice echoing through the trees. No response, just silence and the pounding of my own heart. I started running after him, following his tracks in the snow. I'm not a small guy, 6'1", 220 pounds, and running through deep snow with all my gear was exhausting. My rifle kept banging against my back, and sweat was already forming under my layers despite the cold. The tracks led me further off the trail, into parts of the park I'd never been before. I kept calling for Jax, but nothing, just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the crunch of snow under my boots. After what felt like an hour but was probably closer to 20 minutes, I stopped to catch my breath. My lungs were burning from the cold air. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. The forest looked different here, older, thicker, with massive pines towering overhead. The ground was sloping downward, and I could hear the faint sound of running water somewhere ahead. I checked my phone, still no service, and it was now 8:12 a.m. The temperature had dropped to 24 degrees according to my watch, and the sweat cooling on my body was making me shiver. I followed Jax's tracks down the slope, and they led toward what I could now see was a creek. It was mostly frozen over, but I could hear water running underneath the ice. That's when I spotted him. Jax was about 100 yards ahead, darting along a narrow game trail that followed the creek. He was moving fast, still clearly on the scent of something. "Jax, come!" I shouted, and this time he actually paused, looked back at me, then continued on his way, but slower now. At least he knew I was there. I started moving faster, desperate to catch up to him before he disappeared again. The trail along the creek was narrow and slippery. On my left was the steep hill I'd just come down, and on my right was the creek, about a 6-foot drop from the trail. I was so focused on Jax that I didn't notice the patch of ice under the fresh snow. 1 second I was upright, the next my feet went out from under me. I remember that moment of weightlessness, of knowing I was falling but not being able to do a thing about it. I slid down the bank and crashed straight through the ice into the creek. The cold hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The water wasn't deep, maybe 3 feet. But it was moving fast, and it was painfully, shockingly cold. I scrambled to my feet, gasping. Water poured from my clothes, instantly freezing in the cold air. My rifle was still strapped to my back, but my pack had come loose and was floating downstream. I managed to grab it before it got too far. As I stood there, shaking violently, I realized I'd cut my leg on the ice when I fell in. Blood was seeping through my pants, turning the water around my leg a pale pink. That's when the reality of my situation hit me. I was soaking wet in below freezing temperatures, at least 2 miles from my truck, with a bleeding leg, and no one knew exactly where I was. People die from this. This is how hunters die. Jax appeared at the top of the bank, barking down at me. He seemed fine. Excited even, like this was all some game. "You stupid dog," I remember saying through chattering teeth, but I was so relieved to see him. I had to get out of the creek first. The banks were steep and slippery, but I found a spot where a fallen tree created a kind of natural ladder. Climbing out with soaking wet clothes was one of the hardest physical things I've ever done. Every movement was an effort, and my hands were already losing feeling. Once out, I knew I had to deal with my leg and my wet clothes immediately. I found a relatively sheltered spot under a large pine tree where the ground was mostly clear of snow. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely open my pack. My spare socks and gloves were wet from being in the creek, but thankfully my first aid kit was in a waterproof section. I managed to pull up my pant leg to look at the cut. It was about 4 inches long on my calf, not super deep, but bleeding steadily. I cleaned it as best I could with an alcohol wipe, which hurt like hell. Applied a gauze pad and wrapped it with a bandage. Next I had to deal with my clothes. I couldn't take everything off. I'd freeze to death. But I had to get drier. I stripped off my outer jacket and wrung it out as best I could. It was already stiffening with ice. I did the same with my flannel shirt, leaving just my thermal undershirt, which was damp but not soaked through. I put the flannel and jacket back on, knowing they were still wet, but hoping my body heat would eventually dry them. My pants were soaked through, and I had nothing to change into. My boots were filled with water, and my feet were already numb. I dug in my pack and found the emergency space blanket I always carry. I wrapped it around myself, hoping it would reflect some body heat. I also found a protein bar and forced myself to eat it, knowing I needed the energy. Jax had settled down next to me, seemingly aware now that something was wrong. I checked him over. He was completely fine, not even wet except for his paws. I checked my watch, 8:47 a.m. I'd been in the woods less than 3 hours, and now I was in a survival situation. I had to get back to my truck. Standing up was agony. My leg throbbed where I'd cut it, and my wet clothes had already started to freeze, making movement difficult and uncomfortable. But I had no choice. Stay here and die, or move and maybe live. I knew roughly which direction to go, back up the hill and then northwest toward the parking area. But I was disoriented, and everything looked different under the snow. I started walking, using a branch I found as a makeshift hiking stick. Each step was torture. My wet jeans had frozen nearly solid, chafing against my skin with every movement. My boots made a sickening squishing sound, and I couldn't feel my toes at all. Jack stayed close to me now, as if he sensed the danger. I was grateful for his warmth when he pressed against my leg. The hike back was a blur of pain and cold. I remember stopping frequently, gasping for breath, the cold air burning my lungs. The cut on my leg had started bleeding again, and I could feel the warm blood trickling down into my boot, a strange contrast to the numbness everywhere else. Time seemed to stretch and contract. According to my watch, 3 hours passed, but it felt like both an eternity and no time at all. I was moving slowly, much slower than normal. What should have been a 45-minute walk back to the truck was taking forever. At some point, I realized I was no longer shivering, which I knew was a bad sign. My thoughts were getting fuzzy around the edges, and I kept having to remind myself to keep moving. Just put one foot in front of the other. Don't stop. I don't remember much of the last mile. I was operating on autopilot, following Jax, who seemed to know which way to go. My vision had narrowed to just the snow in front of me, and I was mumbling to myself, though I don't recall what I was saying. When I finally saw my truck in the parking lot, I actually thought I was hallucinating at first. But Jax started pulling ahead, eager to get to the familiar vehicle. I fumbled with my keys, my fingers clumsy and numb. It took several attempts to unlock the door. Getting into the truck was another struggle. My frozen clothes didn't want to bend, and my muscles were weak and unresponsive. Once inside, I just sat there for a few minutes, unable to think clearly enough to know what to do next. Jax jumped in beside me, licking my face, which helped snap me back to reality a bit. I turned the key and cranked the heat up as high as it would go. I had a blanket in the back seat that I keep for emergencies, and I managed to wrap it around myself. Slowly, painfully, I started to warm up. The sensation coming back to my extremities was excruciating, like being stabbed with thousands of tiny needles. I checked my watch, 12:34 p.m. I'd been out in the woods for over 6 hours. As I sat there, waiting for enough feeling to return to my hands to safely drive, I kept thinking about how quickly everything had gone wrong. One moment, I'd been enjoying a peaceful morning in the woods, and the next, I was fighting for my life. The drive home is another blur. I remember stopping once at a gas station to change into the spare clothes I keep in my truck for after hunting. The attendant gave me a weird look. I must have been a sight, pale, shaking, with a makeshift bandage visible through my torn, frozen pants. When I got home, I took the hottest shower I could stand, then checked my leg properly. The cut wasn't as bad as it had felt in the moment. It probably needs stitches, but it had mostly stopped bleeding. I disinfected it again and put on a proper bandage. This morning, I woke up sore all over, with my leg throbbing and my fingers and toes still tender from the cold. But I'm alive. It could have been so much worse. I keep thinking about that cheap leash, how such a small thing nearly cost me everything. I've already thrown out every retractable leash in the house. Jax is fine, of course. He's sleeping at my feet as I write this, probably dreaming of chasing whatever it was in the woods. He has no idea how close we came to not making it back. I've been hunting for 15 years and never had a close call like this. Always thought I was prepared, smart, cautious. Yesterday showed me how thin the line is between routine and disaster. One small mistake, one piece of equipment failing, and suddenly you're fighting to survive. I don't think I'll be going back to Harrisville anytime soon. And next time I go hunting anywhere, you can bet I'll have better equipment, a better plan, and I'll be a hell of a lot more careful about where I let Jax lead me. I still can't sleep well. It's been 5 months since it happened, but every time I close my eyes, I hear that voice calling from inside the hollow. I've never shared this with anyone except Jack, and he refuses to even acknowledge what we experienced that day. But I need to get this out. Maybe someone here has encountered something similar on St. Helena Island. Growing up on St. Helena, I'd spent nearly every day of my 15 years exploring the island's woods. I knew every trail, creek, and landmark within a 3-mile radius of my house. Or at least I thought I did until that day in late October. The weather had been unseasonably warm, around 75 degrees, with this weird stillness that seemed to blanket everything. Jack had come over after school like he usually did on Fridays. We were planning to play video games, but something about the afternoon felt different, like the island was holding its breath. "Want to go check out the old fort?" I suggested, not really feeling like staying inside. Jack shrugged. "Sure, whatever." We headed out into the woods behind my house, following the familiar path that led to our makeshift fort, really just some planks we'd nailed between 2 oak trees a couple summers back. But as we walked deeper into the trees, I noticed how quiet everything was. No birds chirping, no squirrels rustling in the underbrush, not even insects buzzing. Just nothing. "You notice how weird it is today?" I asked Jack. "Yeah, where are all the birds?" He looked up at the canopy of trees, where sunlight filtered through in patches. "Feels like we're in a bubble or something." That's exactly what it felt like we were trapped in some kind of silent pocket of the world. A cold feeling settled in my stomach, but I pushed it away. We'd been in these woods hundreds of times. There was nothing to be afraid of. We were about halfway to the fort when we heard it, a voice calling out from somewhere deeper in the woods. "Help! Can someone help me?" It sounded like a kid, maybe our age or a little younger. The voice was faint but clear enough that we both stopped in our tracks. "You hear that?" Jack whispered. I nodded, straining to listen. The voice called again, seeming to come from the northeast, away from our normal paths. "Hello? I'm lost. Please help." Something about the voice made the hair on my arms stand up. It sounded normal enough, but there was something off about it. Like when you hear a recording of yourself and can't quite recognize it as your own voice. "Should we check it out?" Jack asked, already taking a step in that direction. I hesitated. "I don't know, man. We don't usually go that way. The terrain gets pretty rough past the creek. Someone's lost out there. We know these woods better than anyone." Jack was already moving toward the voice. "Come on." I followed, but that cold feeling in my gut was growing. We crossed the narrow creek, stepping on the familiar stones, and started into territory that was less familiar to me. The trees seemed to grow thicker here, the underbrush more tangled. The voice called out again, but this time it sounded different, like it had moved position too quickly, or like it was coming from slightly above us rather than ahead. "Hello? Please, I've been lost for hours." Jack and I exchanged glances. "Something's not right," I muttered. "Yeah," Jack agreed. "Let's go back to your house and get some stuff. If someone's really lost, we should bring water and maybe tell your mom." That seemed reasonable. We hurried back to my house, but when we got there, Mom was out grocery shopping, just a note on the fridge saying she'd be back by dinner. I grabbed my pocket knife from my drawer and 2 walking sticks we kept by the back door. Jack filled a water bottle, and we headed back out. I don't know why we didn't just call 911 or wait for my mom. Looking back, that would have been the smart thing to do. But there was this pull, this curiosity mixed with concern that drove us back into those woods. We were 15, thought we were invincible, and believed we knew those woods like the back of our hands. We were dead wrong. As we headed back toward where we'd heard the voice, the woods seemed even quieter than before. The silence pressed against my eardrums like I was underwater. Even our footsteps seemed muffled on the leaf-covered ground. "Hello?" Jack called out. "We heard you. Where are you?" Nothing. We pushed on, following the general direction where we'd heard the voice. After about 15 minutes of walking, we came to a part of the woods I'd never seen before. The trees here grew in strange patterns, some bent at unnatural angles, others twisted around each other like they were hugging or strangling each other. "Have you ever been here before?" I asked Jack, my voice barely above a whisper. He shook his head, eyes wide as he took in our surroundings. That's when I noticed something strange about the vines and smaller plants around us. They were twisted into shapes that almost looked like symbols, not random tangles but deliberate formations that reminded me of letters or runes. One cluster of vines had grown into what looked exactly like the letter M, the first letter of my name. My breath caught in my throat. "Jack, look at this." I pointed to the vine-formed letter. His face paled. "That's weird. Help me." The voice suddenly called out again, much closer now. It made us both jump. "Hello?" Jack called back, his voice cracking slightly. "Where are you?" "I'm here. Please hurry." The voice seemed to be coming from just ahead of us. We pushed forward through increasingly dense undergrowth. The branches seemed to catch on our clothes more than normal, like they were trying to hold us back. The walking sticks helped us clear a path, but it was slow going. After another 10 minutes of struggling through the thicket, we emerged into a sight that stopped us cold. Ahead was an enormous oak tree, easily the largest I'd ever seen on the island. Around it stood smaller trees forming almost a perfect circle, their branches intertwined to create a natural barrier. The only break in this wall of trees was a narrow opening directly ahead of us, framed by thorny bushes. "What the hell is this place?" Jack whispered. I shook my head, unable to speak. In all my years exploring these woods, I'd never come across anything like this. It felt constructed, deliberate, like someone or something had shaped the forest into this formation over many years. "Please help, I'm scared." The voice came from beyond the thorny entrance. Jack and I looked at each other. Every instinct told me to turn back, to run home, and forget we'd ever found this place. But what if it really was some kid lost in the woods? What if they were hurt? "We should at least check," Jack said, though his voice betrayed his own uncertainty. I swallowed hard and nodded. We approached the opening slowly, using our sticks to push aside the thorny branches. As we stepped through, the air changed. It became thicker, heavier, hard to breathe. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Inside the circle of trees was a perfectly round clearing about 30 feet across. The ground was scorched black, like there had been a massive fire, but none of the surrounding trees showed any burn marks. In the center of this blackened circle stood what appeared to be a broken tree trunk, about 4 feet tall, charred and split down the middle, revealing a small hollow inside. The sunlight, which had been filtering through the canopy all afternoon, seemed unable to penetrate this space properly. The clearing was dim, despite being open to the sky above. It reminded me of an eclipse, light without brightness. "Hello," Jack called out, his voice echoing strangely in the clearing. "We're here to help." Silence. We took a few cautious steps forward. The ground crunched beneath our feet, the ash and charred earth flaking away like ancient paper. The air smelled wrong, not like a forest at all, but like cold stone and metal. "Maybe they moved on?" I suggested, my voice barely audible even to myself. As if in response, the voice suddenly called out again, but this time there was no mistaking where it was coming from. "Help me! I'm in here!" The voice was coming from inside the hollow in the burned tree trunk. Jack and I froze, staring at the blackened stump. It was physically impossible for anyone to be inside that tiny hollow. It wasn't more than a foot wide. "Please! I've been waiting for you, The voice called my name. My actual name. In that moment, several things happened at once. The air in the clearing seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. The circle of trees surrounding us creaked and groaned, their branches shifting slightly as if they were breathing. And from deep inside the hollow of that burned stump, something moved, a darkness deeper than the shadows around it, shifting like liquid. I don't remember consciously deciding to run. 1 second I was staring at that hollow, and the next, Jack and I were sprinting back through the thorny entrance, sticks abandoned, tearing through the underbrush with no thought to direction or path. Branches whipped at our faces and arms, thorns caught and ripped at our clothes, but we didn't slow down. Behind us, the voice changed. It wasn't pleading anymore. It was laughing, a high, cold sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Come back! Don't you want to see?" I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror pushed me forward. I had no idea if we were heading in the right direction. All that mattered was getting away from that voice, from that hollow, from whatever was inside it. The woods seemed to stretch on forever as we ran. Landmarks I thought I knew looked unfamiliar or appeared in the wrong places. Several times I was sure we were running in circles, passing the same fallen log or unusually shaped tree multiple times. Just when I thought we couldn't run any further, that we'd be trapped in these woods forever, we burst through a line of trees, and suddenly, impossibly, we were at the end of my driveway. We'd somehow covered what should have been over a mile of dense forest in what felt like minutes of panicked running. We collapsed on the gravel, gasping for breath. Jack's face was scratched and bleeding from branches, and I realized mine probably was too. We sat there for several minutes, neither of us speaking, just trying to process what had happened. Finally, Jack broke the silence. "What the fuck was that?" I shook my head. I don't know. We went inside my house and cleaned up before my mom got home. We told her we'd fallen while climbing trees, a lie she easily believed given our history of minor mishaps in the woods. We didn't talk about what happened. Not then, not later. Jack avoided coming over for almost 2 weeks after that. When he finally did, we silently agreed to stick to video games and basketball in the driveway. Neither of us suggested going back into the woods. One night, about a month later, I finally worked up the courage to ask him if he'd thought any more about what we'd seen. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said flatly, refusing to meet my eyes. The clearing, the hollow, the voice that knew my name. He stared at the floor for a long time. "I think we got lost and freaked ourselves out, that's all." But I saw the fear in his eyes. He remembered. He just couldn't face it. I've tried going back twice since then, in daylight, with a compass and my phone's GPS. Both times I couldn't find the strange twisted trees or the vine symbols. It was like that entire section of the woods had disappeared or was hiding from me. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my room at night with the window open, I hear a faint voice calling my name from the direction of the woods. And in my dreams, I see that blackened hollow and something inside it waiting for me to return. I know now that I never really knew these woods at all. Something lives in them, something that can twist the trees to its will, something that can mimic a human voice, something that knows my name and wants me to come back. And the worst part? Sometimes I feel it calling me, pulling me back toward those woods, like it left something inside me that day, some invisible hook that it's slowly reeling in. I'm moving away for college next year. I can't wait to leave this island behind. But deep down, I'm terrified that no matter how far I go, I'll always hear that voice calling from the hollow. Unexplained tension crept into my life the moment my neighbor unearthed that stone tunnel. Before that discovery, I had felt confident and relaxed in my newly built house on the rural outskirts. The area was calm. I could see open fields from my windows, and I heard only distant farm animals or the occasional passing vehicle. My days were simple. I'd wake up with the sun, walk around my property, and enjoy the quiet. Even at night, the darkness and stillness felt comforting. Then my neighbor, who lived a short walk down the road, decided to do some digging in his backyard. He wanted to install a new fence and possibly create a vegetable patch. One afternoon, he came by excitedly and told me he had found something unbelievable while moving dirt. A hole had opened up beneath his shovel. When he cleared some more earth, he saw what looked like an old stone arch leading underground. He claimed it formed part of a small tunnel, though he couldn't see its full extent. I felt curious, but also cautious. The house I lived in was new, and I had assumed the land was free of hidden structures. It seemed the area had secrets no one had mentioned. We walked to his backyard, and I peered down into the half-exposed tunnel. The stones forming the walls looked worn. There was a musty smell rising from within, but no immediate rush of air. It felt oddly cold near the entrance. My neighbor shone a flashlight inside, and I could see the passage continue for a short distance before darkness swallowed the rest. Neither of us wanted to climb down. We just stood there, both of us uneasy. He said he would call someone to check its stability, maybe a local historian or an archaeologist. I nodded, feeling my stomach tighten. Over the next few days, nothing seemed different at first. I returned to my routine, figuring the tunnel was just a strange relic that wouldn't affect me. Then small things started to happen in my house. One morning, I woke up and found 2 framed pictures from my wall lying on the floor. I examined the frames, expecting broken glass or bent hooks, but the frames were intact. The nails in the wall still looked firm. It didn't appear as if they had fallen naturally. It was more like someone had lifted them off the wall and set them down. I picked them up, checked them again, and rehung them, feeling my heartbeat thump a little harder than usual. That same night, I stepped out into my yard for some fresh air. It was quiet, and the stars were bright. I went back inside and closed the sliding door halfway, leaving it slightly ajar to let in a breeze. Half an hour later, I noticed the door was open wider, at a strange angle. I hadn't touched it since I came back in. The night air felt chilly, and the gap was bigger than before. I froze, scanning the living room. Nothing else seemed out of place, but the hair on my arms stood on end. The next morning I tried to convince myself these were coincidences, faulty nails, maybe a gust of wind. But the sense of being watched grew stronger. A few nights later, I woke up to a faint noise in the hallway. It sounded like the creak of a floorboard, but it was soft and brief. My heart pounded. I got out of bed, grabbed my phone for light, and opened my bedroom door. The hallway was empty. I padded through the house, checking each room, feeling my neck tense up. Everything looked normal. The furniture, the curtains, the locked doors. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I stood still, trying to hear anything else. The silence pressed in on me until I gave up and went back to bed. Eventually, I started noticing how my nights felt heavier. I would lie in bed with my eyes open, imagining footsteps in the next room. During the day, I'd find doors left ajar or objects moved, but there were no signs of forced entry. Sometimes I smelled something faint and musty, similar to damp earth, but I could never locate the source. My neighbor visited one afternoon and told me a local authority had inspected the tunnel and found it potentially unsafe. They weren't sure of its origin, but it appeared old. He was thinking about filling it in or sealing it for safety reasons. I kept quiet about what was happening in my home. I didn't want to sound paranoid. The disturbances became more frequent. One late night, I got up to grab some water and found my kitchen lit only by moonlight. I saw every drawer pulled out an inch or two, all at roughly the same distance. It was a bizarre sight. I stood there, feeling a chill run through my arms and back. My lips went dry. I closed the drawers carefully, not making a sound. My breathing felt shallow and shaky. I avoided the urge to call my neighbor at that hour because I doubted he could do anything. It wasn't like someone had broken a window. It felt more like an unseen person had simply explored my kitchen while I slept. I tried to stay calm by reminding myself that I hadn't been harmed. No vandalism, no real damage, just strange rearrangements. But that hardly comforted me when I imagined something invisible rummaging through my house. Each evening the tension grew. I found myself double-checking every cabinet, every door, and every window before bed. I left no drawers open, no items near the edges of counters. Still, something always felt slightly off by morning. A door I had closed would be cracked open, or a light that I was sure I turned off would be on. None of it was life-threatening, but it was enough to make my nerves raw. Meanwhile, my neighbor told me he planned to seal the tunnel soon. He said the structure seemed to extend under part of my property, but no one knew exactly how far. That possibility made me anxious. Could something have traveled from that tunnel into the soil beneath my home? That thought sounded ridiculous, but I had no better explanation for the sudden changes in my house. I slept fitfully, imagining noises in the walls or faint scuffling under the floors, though I never found real evidence of that. One dawn, I woke up earlier than usual and walked through the living room. A picture frame on my shelf was turned sideways, and the small rug near the door was folded up at one corner. It looked almost like someone had quietly examined things in the night and left in a hurry. My chest felt tight. I half expected to find muddy footprints, but the floor was clean. I wanted to call someone, to tell them that something was happening, but I knew how it would sound. There was no proof, only my uneasy observations. I pressed my hands against my temples, trying to stay composed. Days later, my neighbor went ahead with sealing the tunnel. He hired a few workers to fill it with gravel and concrete. I heard the machinery early one morning. He apologized for the noise, but I waved it off, hoping that after they plugged the entrance, things might calm down. That night, I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me. As I locked up before bed, I realized the house seemed quieter than usual. The floors didn't squeak, and I noticed no odd smells. I slept better than I had in weeks, though I remained on edge, waiting to see if the pattern of strange activity would resume. To my surprise, the next several days were peaceful. My items stayed where I left them. My doors remained in the correct position. I didn't hear any odd sounds in the night. It was as though someone had simply left. At first, I kept expecting something else to happen. Each morning, I'd cautiously inspect my walls and furniture, checking for any sign of tampering. But there was none. The relief felt overwhelming. I realized how stressed I had been by the constant wariness. Now, for the first time in a while, I felt comfortable sitting in my own living room at night. Despite the return to normalcy, I couldn't forget the sense of being watched. Even in the calm that followed, I remembered every creak and subtle movement that had haunted my house. I sometimes wondered if whatever had come from that tunnel had simply gone dormant. I told myself it was over, that sealing the tunnel had solved the issue. But part of me stayed alert. I felt certain that something had studied me and my possessions for days, maybe weeks. The experience left a distinct mark on how I viewed my home. It was no longer just a new house in the countryside. It was a place where something unexplainable had walked my halls. I talked to my neighbor in passing. He mentioned how the workers had poured a lot of concrete into the entrance, blocking any entry point. I said I was glad the matter was resolved. He asked if anything strange had happened in my home, and I hesitated. I told him a brief version, that I noticed odd movements of items and that the house felt unsettled. He gave me a cautious look. I could tell he was uncomfortable with the topic, but he nodded, saying that the land was old and might hold more secrets than we realized. In time, life went back to its usual routine. I resumed my morning walks around the fields, enjoying the fresh air. I kept busy with my work. Each evening, I locked up and turned out the lights, no longer dreading what I might find the next morning. Occasionally, I got a small flash of that old anxiety if I thought I saw something flicker in the corner of my vision. But nothing ever came of it. It felt like a memory trying to latch onto my mind, reminding me of those uneasy nights. Even so, I never fully shook the feeling that someone or something had once passed through my home, opening drawers and shifting objects with curious, gentle motions. It was a subtle presence, not violent, yet deeply unnerving. I still can't put it into words without sounding unsure. There was no dramatic final event, no confrontation. The phenomena just stopped as soon as the tunnel was closed. Now, whenever I sit on my porch at sunset, I sometimes recall the hush of those nights when I heard faint creaks and found drawers pulled open by unseen hands. That memory still makes my chest tighten. I sometimes picture an unseen visitor lurking around in the dark, observing me, stepping softly on the floor. It's not terror exactly, but it's a reminder that quiet, rural land can hide forgotten histories. A single hole in the ground can stir up disturbances in unexpected ways. I still live here, though, and most days I feel perfectly safe. The old tension is gone, replaced by a cautious respect for what I don't understand. I remain grateful that whatever shadow passed through my halls left once the tunnel was sealed. Whether it returned to wherever it came from or just disappeared, I can't say. I only know the difference in the atmosphere is real. My home is peaceful again, but I have a permanent memory of those few weeks when it felt like I wasn't alone. That experience taught me that something small, like uncovering a hidden passage, can invite things we aren't prepared for. And sometimes all it takes is sealing an opening to end the disturbance, but not the memory. Unsettling news reached me in the middle of a dull afternoon. A neighbor caught me by the mailbox to share a strange story. He claimed he had seen a fleeting shadow in the building's corridor, shaped like a person, but gone the instant he tried to focus on it. I remember laughing lightly, telling him he must have been tired or mistaken. Yet I felt a small jolt in my chest as I walked away. I often prided myself on my rational outlook, but the nervous look in his eyes lingered in my mind. That same evening, I returned home late. The hallway's lights were on, but one fixture flickered, creating a dim stretch between the elevator and my apartment door. As I walked along, a wave of tension drifted over me. My scalp tingled, and I felt a faint chill against my neck. It reminded me of my neighbor's story. I half expected to see a figure in the corner, but the corridor looked empty. I hurried to my door, unlocked it, and slipped inside with my heart beating faster than normal. Once I was in my living room, I set down my bag, removed my shoes, and tried to shake off the weird feeling. I turned on some music, hoping the familiar tunes would steady my nerves. But my mind kept wandering back to that corridor, the flickering light, and the subtle weight in the air. I wondered if I had let my neighbor's words influence me. Before, I would have shrugged off the notion of a ghostly presence. Yet something about the hallway that night bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Over the next few days, the building's atmosphere changed in small but noticeable ways. The corridor lights started acting up at random times, not just flickering, but sometimes dimming momentarily as I passed. The superintendent claimed it was an electrical issue, but I never saw anyone come to fix it. At home, I noticed a few odd occurrences. One morning, I found my key ring on the kitchen counter instead of the side table near the door, where I was certain I had left it. I thought maybe I had carried it absent-mindedly to the kitchen after returning from errands. But as the days went on, more of these trivial details piled up. I tried ignoring it all. My job was stressful, and I had enough on my mind. I convinced myself that I was just misplacing items. But the sense of being on alert never really left me. Each time I entered the corridor, I took a deeper breath, feeling my pulse rise. The hallway was average in size, painted a bland beige, with a few paintings hung at intervals. Nothing about it should have made me uneasy. Yet every time I stepped out of the elevator, I felt tension settle over my shoulders. I occasionally ran into other tenants on the stairs or near the mailboxes. Most people didn't mention anything unusual. A couple of them looked tired or preoccupied, but never brought up the corridor. One time I tried joking about the flickering lights to a guy who lived 2 doors down from me. He only responded with a vague shrug, saying he had heard about some odd stuff. Then he changed the subject. I felt frustrated, like I was stuck with a puzzle no one wanted to solve. Little things began to add up. One night, as I came home from a late shift, I saw a small table in the building's entryway moved a few inches from its usual spot. It didn't seem like something the maintenance crew would do. The table usually held a vase of fake flowers, but that vase was gone. My skin prickled and my stomach tightened. I listened for footsteps or voices, but all I heard was the distant hum of the elevator machinery. I hurried upstairs, feeling unsettled. The next morning, the table was back in its usual place, complete with the vase. Nobody explained why it had been moved. At home, I tried to maintain a normal routine. I cooked dinner, watched a bit of television, and tried not to dwell on the hallway. But sometimes, I would catch myself glancing at the door, half expecting to sense movement on the other side. My rational mind kept telling me there was no actual threat. The corridor was just a corridor, and maybe the flickering lights were the building's wiring acting up. Yet the tension in my body didn't go away. One evening, I saw my neighbor, the same one who had first told me about the shadow, returning from the laundry room in the basement. I asked him if he'd seen anything else weird. He hesitated, then told me he sometimes heard faint knocks or soft rustling sounds when he walked past the building's storage area at night. He looked spooked as he mentioned it, so I nodded sympathetically. I didn't want to push him for details, but my nerves tightened. I realized I wasn't alone in my unease. In the following days, more oddities emerged. The overhead lights in the corridor dimmed or flickered whenever I was out there, though I noticed they seemed normal when others walked by. I occasionally heard a muffled sound, like a soft shuffle behind me. But when I glanced over my shoulder, I never saw anything. One time I froze in front of my apartment door, certain I felt eyes on my back. My scalp tingled, and my breathing went shallow. I spun around, but the corridor remained empty, the walls blank. I rushed inside, slammed the door, and locked it with trembling hands. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was just my imagination building on my neighbor's initial story. Yet the repeated incidents wore on me. I slept poorly, often waking up in the night feeling tense. At work, I found myself drifting into daydreams about that hallway, wondering what could cause those subtle shifts in atmosphere. I considered the possibility of some electrical phenomenon, or maybe a small animal scurrying in the walls. But none of that accounted for the sense of an unseen presence. I didn't believe in ghosts, but my nerves told me something was not right. One weekend, I decided to stay out late with friends, thinking if I avoided the building's corridor at night, I might feel better. But I had to come home eventually. It was past midnight when I arrived. The lobby was silent except for the faint buzz of the overhead fluorescents. When I rode the elevator up, I tried to calm my breathing. The doors slid open, and I stepped into the hallway. The lights were half lit, creating pockets of shadow. I walked slowly, hearing my own footsteps echo. Halfway down the corridor, I felt a sudden pulse of cold air against my face. It was strong enough to lift the hairs on my arms. I froze, my fingers tightened around the keys. Then, the cold sensation vanished, and the air felt normal again. I rushed to my apartment door, fumbling with the key, eventually forcing myself inside. My heart pounded. I locked the door and pressed my back against it, panting. Over the next week, I tried to gather my courage. I kept telling myself there was a logical explanation. Still, I dreaded stepping into that hallway alone at night. Every time I pressed the elevator button on the ground floor, I braced myself for whatever I might feel on my floor. The building's management put a small notice by the mailboxes, stating they would be upgrading some electrical components soon. I felt a small surge of hope that maybe new wiring would solve the flickering lights and end the tension. But before they could start, more unsettling events occurred. One time, I left a key on my kitchen table, only to find it later on the coffee table in the living room. I stood there, staring at it, going over my own actions to see if I had absent-mindedly moved it. I couldn't recall doing so. Another evening, I heard a soft thump in the corridor outside my apartment. I peeked through the peephole but saw no one. My hand shook as I placed it on the doorknob. Finally, I decided not to open the door. I walked away, feeling my pulse hammering in my ears. In spite of these fears, there was never any direct threat. No one got hurt, and nothing was damaged or stolen. I ended up describing it as a quiet visitor, something that lingered just beyond sight. This sense of subtle intrusion wore me down. I started returning home earlier, or timing my arrivals so that I could catch another resident in the corridor, just to avoid being alone there. Sometimes that worked. Other times, I had no choice but to face the hallway by myself. Eventually, I grew tired of tiptoeing around. One night, I decided to stand in the corridor for a few minutes, silent and still, just to test my nerves. I waited until around 11 p.m., when fewer people were around. Then I walked out, left my door slightly ajar, and remained in the hallway. My heart thudded with every breath. The lights were steady, but the air felt thick. I strained to hear any movement. I might have stood there for 4 or 5 minutes, scanning the corridor, expecting a flicker of motion. I heard nothing. I saw no shapes. Yet my instincts screamed that I was not alone. My eyes watered from the strain of staring. Finally, I retreated into my apartment, locking the door. I felt convinced there was some presence, even if it refused to show itself. From that point on, I accepted the situation as part of living in this building. Maybe it was some hidden phenomenon, or just a trick of the mind triggered by the flickering lights and the rumor my neighbor had shared. Either way, the unease never fully left. I went about my daily life, greeting neighbors, climbing the stairs when the elevator was crowded, taking out the trash, while carrying an underlying awareness that the corridor had a life of its own. The tension was quiet, not violent. It was enough to keep me on edge, but not enough to push me into leaving. Eventually, the electrical work began. They replaced some fixtures, changed bulbs, and inspected wiring in the walls. After that, the flickering lessened. The corridor felt a bit brighter. I noticed fewer odd events with my keys and personal items. For a while, I allowed myself to believe it was over. Yet a small part of me stayed alert. There were still moments when I sensed that faint chill on my neck or glimpsed a shadow shift at the end of the hallway. It might have been my imagination feeding on old fears. But I knew that once something like this gets inside your head, it's hard to shake off. The building carried that subtle hush, as if an invisible tenant roamed its halls. I kept living there, feeling mostly at peace once more. But I never fully forgot those nights of tension. The creeping sensation that something stood right behind me, the flickers in the corridor, or the chill that brushed my arms without explanation. Now, I take each evening more slowly, careful to notice whether the hallway lights remain steady or the air shifts. I can't say I believe in ghosts or supernatural forces, but I do believe in the power of a place to hold traces of something we can't see. And after what I've experienced in that corridor, I know I'm not the only one who wonders if some parts of our world remain hidden and silent, waiting to give us that sharp jolt of uncertainty. Foreseen tension hit me on my second day in that foreign house. I had arrived there for a short stay, hoping to learn about local customs and enjoy a quieter life for a while. The building had a unique design, a central courtyard open to the sky, surrounded by tall walls and narrow walkways. When I first entered, I admired the white walls and old wooden furniture placed around the edges of the courtyard. Everything looked calm, and the hosts were polite. There was a cook, a cleaner, and one other employee who served as a caretaker. They all greeted me warmly. During the daytime, the place felt quiet and welcoming. I could hear the distant city noises beyond the walls, but inside, the atmosphere was serene. Tall windows opened onto the courtyard, letting light spill into the corridors. At first, I felt at ease. I ate my meals with the hosts, exchanged simple conversation, and explored the local streets when I had free time. My room was small but comfortable, with a bed, a narrow desk, and a single window looking out onto the courtyard. The stone floor stayed cool, and the high ceiling gave the room a spacious feel. On the third afternoon, I was sitting in the courtyard with one of the employees, a quiet man who mostly kept to himself. As we talked, I felt an abrupt drop in the air temperature. It was a warm day, so the sudden chill made my arms prickle. Then I noticed a quick movement at the far corner of the courtyard, just a dark shape flickering across my line of sight. I glanced in that direction, but I caught only the tail end of something that vanished behind a pillar. My pulse sped up. I asked the caretaker if he had seen it, and he nodded slightly, his eyes flicking downward. Then he got up and excused himself. I watched him walk away without another word, leaving me alone with a growing sense of unease. That evening, I mentioned what I saw to my hosts. They waved it off, suggesting maybe the afternoon light and the arrangement of shadows had played tricks on me. They told me not to worry, that the house was very safe. Their calm demeanor should have reassured me, but my stomach stayed tense. Something about the caretaker's reaction bothered me. He had shown no surprise, only a resigned expression, as though he knew exactly what I was referring to. Over the next few days, the atmosphere shifted whenever night approached. The courtyard, bright and pleasant in the daytime, took on a heavier mood at dusk. The lights were kept low, and the corridors leading away from the courtyard seemed darker than they should have. My room felt comfortable enough when I closed the door, but each time I stepped back into the hallway, I sensed a sudden thickness in the air. I had no logical explanation for this feeling. My rational side said everything looked normal. White walls, dim lamps, and wooden benches here and there. Yet I struggled to relax. One late afternoon I was chatting with the cook near the kitchen. The kitchen door opened to a back passage that also connected to the courtyard. While we spoke, I noticed the door swung slightly on its hinges, as if a breeze had pushed it. The cook frowned because there was no draft in the kitchen. We both looked at the door, waiting to see if someone would appear. Nothing happened. Then the cook shrugged and said it was probably the wind, but I caught a glimpse of worry in her eyes. That night, I lay awake in my room, reading by a small lamp. The rest of the house was quiet. Around midnight, I turned off the lamp and tried to sleep. A short while later, I heard a faint noise in the courtyard. It sounded like soft footsteps, but they were too light to be sure. My heart rate picked up. I considered peeking through my window, but I felt a wave of reluctance, as if I feared I might see something I couldn't explain. Instead, I stayed still, listening. The footsteps, or whatever they were, continued for a few seconds, then stopped abruptly. My body remained tense for several minutes. Eventually, I dozed off, but my rest was uneasy. The next day, the caretaker approached me in the courtyard, his voice low. He said in broken English that sometimes people see things in this house. His gaze was direct yet uncomfortable, and I asked him what he meant. He shrugged, looked around to ensure no one was listening, and said the courtyard could be crossed by shadows at certain times. He had witnessed them himself. They never spoke or caused physical harm, but they unsettled those who noticed them. Then he walked off, leaving me with a knotted feeling in my chest. I realized that the staff might know more about these strange occurrences than they let on, yet none of them wanted to speak openly. From that point on, I felt an increased awareness of my surroundings. I paid attention to each shift in lighting, every gentle breeze, every sound that echoed in the open space. One afternoon, while moving through the house, I passed one of the corridor windows, looking onto the courtyard, and saw a brief flicker of movement near a group of potted plants. It was the same fast, dark blur I had seen before. I rushed to the window and looked out. Nothing was there. I scanned the courtyard, focusing on the columns and the corners, but the space was empty. My heart thumped so hard that I felt a slight buzz in my temples. At dinner that night, the hosts were cheerful, asking about my day and making plans to show me local sights. I had trouble responding normally, too preoccupied with the incident I had just experienced. I wanted to ask them directly about these shapes, but the caretaker's warning glance earlier made me hesitate. I sensed that they either didn't believe in such events or they preferred not to discuss them. So I bit my tongue, ate quietly, and excused myself as soon as it was polite to leave the table. Later, I stepped into the courtyard alone. The sky above was a deep blue, lit by faint stars, while lanterns cast weak light around the perimeter. The center of the courtyard felt dim. I stood there, trying to gauge if I would notice anything unusual. My pulse quickened, and I breathed carefully, my chest tight. After a minute or so, I caught a slight drift of cooler air against my left arm. The courtyard had no wind that night, so the sudden chill made me uneasy. I glanced around, seeing only the same pillars, walls, and furniture. Yet my instincts told me something was present. My hair stood on end. I felt compelled to back away, as though I sensed an unseen figure moving in the gloom. I retreated to my room, closing the door behind me with shaky hands. In the following days, the pattern repeated. Some afternoons felt completely normal, with bright sun and lively conversation. But each evening, as the sun lowered, I felt a shift. It was subtle, yet unmistakable, like a damp blanket settling over the house. On a couple of occasions, I spotted an unexplained movement near the corners of the courtyard. It was always fast and close to the ground, as if someone crouched or crawled along. Each sighting lasted only a second. My chest would lurch and my muscles would tense. Then it would be gone. I also noticed that some rooms carried a deep silence, more pronounced than normal. In those spaces, I hardly heard the usual household sounds, no muffled voices from other rooms, no clatter of dishes, just a flat hush. Standing in those rooms made me uneasy. My ears strained to pick up any noise, and sometimes I thought I detected a faint whisper or a soft brushing sound against the walls. Whenever I asked the employees about it, they shrugged politely or changed the subject. Nights became the hardest. Once in a while I was awakened by the creak of floorboards, though the floors were mostly tiled. Another time, I heard what sounded like cloth dragging along stone, but it stopped after a second. My adrenaline spiked each time, leaving me sweating under the sheets. I would sit up, listening carefully, my breath shallow. I never caught a clear glimpse of anything in those moments, but the feeling of being watched overwhelmed me. I found myself dreading bedtime, staying up later than I should. When I finally lay down, I left the lamp on, hoping it might keep the shapes at bay. On my final day, I decided I needed answers. I waited until I found the caretaker alone. I pressed him gently, asking if there was some history to this house. He hesitated, then admitted there had been tales of previous inhabitants who had vanished. Some said their presences lingered. He didn't confirm any details, nor did he deny them. He just repeated that whatever walked in the courtyard meant no harm. It was better, he said, to leave it alone, not to challenge it. I felt chills spread across my body as he spoke. Then he apologized and excused himself again. That afternoon, I went to my room to pack. As I gathered my belongings, I sensed a heavy presence outside my doorway. My skin prickled. For a moment, I stood completely still, clenching my fists. I half expected the knob to rattle or the door to open, but all I heard was the loud pounding of my own heart. After a tense minute, the feeling passed. I exhaled shakily and resumed packing. When the time came to leave, I walked out to the main hall. My hosts shook my hand, thanked me for visiting, and wished me safe travels. I forced a polite smile, but I couldn't hide my relief. The caretaker avoided my gaze, standing back with a solemn expression. I stepped into a waiting car outside, and as it pulled away, I looked back at the house. The courtyard walls rose high, concealing whatever lingered within. I felt a weight lift from my chest as we drove off. In the days after, I could still feel the residual tension. When I recalled the courtyard at night, my muscles tensed, and I remembered the rush of cold air along my arm. I had not suffered any physical harm, but the psychological strain was real. It left me with a vivid sense that not all houses reveal their true nature to casual visitors. Some places remain guarded, containing pockets of activity that resist explanation. Although I never fully saw the shapes that moved in that courtyard, I still recall the racing pulse and the deep certainty that I was not alone. And that memory remains the strongest impression from my stay in that foreign home.